Answer. Welcome all of you guys to this game between South Africa and rest of the world. So this is qualifier one happening between both these teams. So from this particular venue, South Africa and rest of the world are playing. So pretty good start. Bennett the batter gets off the mark. So it's Waters who's gonna face first ball. That's pretty well defended. South Africa would definitely look to uh, be very good. With the ball, because their batting is pretty much capable of chasing. So if they can keep it simple with the ball, it'll be comfortable for them. That's a well guided single to third man, and they have started to bowl to the field here, South Africa. So that's a pretty decent start. Rest for the rest of the world, 2 for no loss. That's a good shout there, but denied by the umpire indeed. So in the first 15 overs, only 3 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So which means that they have a fine leg, a third man, and a wide long on position. That's a fine shot. He's picked the gap with ease, and that would be the first boundary as far as rest of the world are concerned. So pretty decent start here, getting a couple of singles, and now the much needed boundary for the rest of the world. And so we have been, we've had so many games at this venue, and very important that we get a good score here in order to ensure that somewhere close to 250, 240, 250 would be a par score. Definitely will be a par score, because we have seen it on so many occasions that somewhere around 230 to 240 would be a fighting total at this venue. Right, it would definitely be a fighting total at this venue. So somewhere around a par score would be 240, but then teams would definitely look to get on to it. That's bowled him. So that's the first wicket there for South Africa. And rest of the world, as we were talking, that they have got a pretty decent start. South Africa have managed to get their first breakthrough here. So very important this wicket in order to ensure that South Africa should play along. So end of 1.3 overs, South Africa have struck early. Rest of the world 7 for 1. That's a boundary there. So post the wicket, a single of the first ball for the new batter in, and just the duration of strike has ensured that they get a boundary here. He's picked the gap really well. So they just need to get take the runs that come their way. As far as rest of the world are concerned, I mean, they have to build a partnership. Pretty simple. I mean, yeah, that's a wide ball there. So very important in order to remember the pretty fact that it's important for rest of the world, for both these batters, I mean, to stay for a long time, because yes, they have just given away an early wicket, but if these both these batters can just play for a while, pretty important. That's pretty well defended, and that would be end of the second over there. So end of 2 overs, 13 for 1, rest of the world. Once again, a fine shot this time down the leg side, pretty well played, and so getting the boundaries here. As far as the rest of the world are concerned, they are looking to get those boundaries. So if they can get these, I think that definitely the pressure would reduce as far as the South Africa, or rather the way the rest of the world team is concerned. Because for South Africa, they need to get those wickets and keep their lines tight. So the boundary is very important, because if you get a boundary every single over, it's pretty important that 4 to 5 singles will definitely help you. Have the scoring rate, maintain that scoring rate, have that run rate. I mean, in control, because every boundary in over would mean that South Africa would be under pressure. So, and in fact, in the first 15 overs. Just play for a while. I mean, as far as the rest of the world batters are concerned, they have got that boundary. I mean, they are getting that boundaries, and they're pretty much there, close to 6 and over. So that's once again well cut, but straight to the fielder this time. End of the third over there. So rest of the world are 17 for 1 after the third over. So 17 for 1, as we were discussing, pretty much there. The rest of the world are managing to get that boundary, and very important for both these batters to ensure that they get the partnership on the way, because if they get that partnership, I mean, if one batter can stay long, that's the magic of this wicket. I mean, if you can, that's a good shot this time around, but straight to the man at short square leg. So very important that both these batters should keep playing the shots. I mean, pretty important that they stay. I mean, even though they go around 4 or 5 and over, that should be pretty fine till at least the 15-20 over mark. But then at the point when they're settled, they can go bang bang. Once again, that's a great shot, hits it over the infield, and the ball once again goes to the boundary. So every over boundary, that's what rest of the world are doing here. And if they can do it till the first power play, they can get to a pretty healthy run rate. I mean, at let's say around the 15th over, if they can be around the 75 or 80 run mark, that's going to help them a lot. Once again, that's flicked down the leg side. Once again, that's a boundary. So this time, easy pickings, just varying in the length. And Bennett on this occasion, full marks on the first occasion. I mean, the previous delivery, so that should be signaled bat over there. Yes, indeed. So yeah, that boundary is gone off the bat. So a couple of boundaries, easy boundaries here for Wales. One shot, hitting it over mid off and clearing it comfortably. And on the second occasion, just drifting down the pads, and that was easy pickings. So 8 runs have come off. In fact, 9 runs have come off the first 3 balls. And if Wales can, beg your pardon, the rest of the world can just go doing this will help them a lot. Once again, this time down the leg side, but there's protection there. They have the fine leg deep in the boundary. So once again, a single there. So 2 more balls to go in the 4th over, and this one a pretty costly over. So that's well hit, but straight to the fielder. Because when you start picking your shots on this wicket, maybe initially not that easy to pick your shots up, but when you're gonna play for a while, spend time at the crease. Once again, that's beautifully guided. A chase there for the fielder, but that's very well stopped. That's pretty well stopped over there. They will just get a single there. So that will be end of the 4th over, and 28 for no loss, rest of the world. That's well cut this time, but once again they have a fielder there for that shot. So very important as far as the South African bowlers to stop those boundaries, because those boundaries are instantly taking off the pressure from the rest of the world batters. So if they can control those boundaries, once again that's easily guided, but the short fine leg fielder covers it beautifully. In fact, we can call it a short square leg. That's slightly finer, And once again, on this occasion, the short square leg fielder is slightly pushed, you know, to the left of the umpire, or to the yeah, towards the left of the square leg umpire. So yeah, so that's a small change that South Africa have done at the moment.
Watching the replay, just a guide from the batsman in the no man's region for a single. Excellent shot, definitely a single here, straight to the longer fielder. Batsman struggling to run. T. Bennett, solid start from him so far, 15 runs from 13 balls. Excellent shot, well fielded, definitely stopped the boundary, saved at least two runs, and it's just a single. What a save from the fielder. But from another end, rest of the world is scoring runs as well. So South Africa has done a very good job so far, but they have to control the run flow. It almost looks like 6.60. They have to bring the current run rate down from 6.60. Uh, they should not beg the rest of the world to continue with this current run flow, and we can easily see that T. Bennett is not trying to play a grounded shot or a defense or a single. He is just looking for a big shots. That really looks good. That is the reason why they can score over 6 plus runs run rate. Again, straight to the fielder. A tap at the top of the ball from T. Bennett bat. No much footwork, just seeing the ball and hitting the ball. But the good thing is he's trying to place the ball in the gap. A well defended shot. Excellent work from Vivian Chamber, bowling his first over, starting with 2 dot balls. Try for a big shot, but straight away, long off on place. Chance for a run out. We have to see. Yes, it's a wicket. It's a wicket. T. Bennett. We saw the batsman was struggling to run that single, and it's a run out as well. Second breakthrough for South Africa. Played it well, but the batsman couldn't complete the run.
So that's the second wicket there for rest of the world in the form of a run out. So South Africa, with a pretty good fielding, have got the second wicket here. Rest of the world are 33 for 2, and Moses is the new batter in for rest of the world. That's well played once again down the leg side. So just a single there. So with the bowlers there bowling with the protection with a fine leg in place, but all of the fields being set for the shot. Could be better if the South African bowlers, just maintain it on the off stump. Very important that because that line is somewhere, that line, and at that stump, or that at that point, if they're gonna keep bowling that length, it's going to help them, because for the simple reason that they have a very packed offside field. So probability of or the chances of wickets falling are very, very high. In fact, that's a beauty. Just as we were talking, whatever we have mentioned, he's bowled a very good line there, Vivian Chema. So keeping it pretty much on the off stump. Yeah, very important that. Oh, that's a beautiful. It's a very good shout indeed, but denied by the umpire. So a very good over here for South Africa comes to an end at the end of sixth over. 34 for 2. Rest of the world. Once again, that's beautifully played. They might come back for the second, though. No, they don't. Just get a single. So very important that they don't bowl down the leg side time and time again, because this is the point where South Africa can just get into the game and take control of the game, because very important that they've just lost the second wicket here as far as rest of the world are concerned. And very importantly, so they have to stay on for a while here, both these batters, and especially when we talk about the South African point of view, if they can just bowl dot balls here, pretty simple, keep the length tight, don't give those boundaries, it's going to keep them in the game and apply the pressure directly, because I personally feel that South Africa generally a very, very good fielding side. So have traditionally been won, across each categories. In the leagues or any format of the game, or any form of cricket that we can speak, South Africa have always proven to be a very good fielding side. So very important for them to ensure that they stamp their authority in the game, or sometimes the greatest of teams are the teams where when you give an inch, they jump into a yard. So that sometimes is done by some of the greatest teams. So pretty important that South Africa here, although they have bowled some loose balls, to be pretty honest, but they can definitely come back into the game. And this particular over, just takes the outside edge, but there's a man set there. So as far as the field is concerned at the moment, for Ismail, he has a third man, which is slightly wider between the point fielder and the slip fielder. Yeah, very traditional offside field that, and they have a sweeper cover, and they have a man guarding the long on boundary. So these are the three fielders who are standing outside the 30-yard circle, and with the keeper up to the stumps, not giving the batsman the chance to even just step down the ground and go for that shot. Once again, hits it really well, but very well stopped inside the 30-yard circle. So pretty much just 3 runs coming off that over, and just one more ball to go, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so no, that's the end of the 7th over. 38 for 2, rest of the world. So Vivian Chammer comes to bowl the 8th over. In fact, being a left-arm spinner used at this point of the game, South Africa are looking to take the control early, because very important that he's on to just his 2nd over, and his 1st over being a very successful one. Just a run coming out of it. Once again, that's beautifully driven. He's picked the gap there, and there was no stopping the ball. The moment it left the bat, that's a boundary. So a boundary after a very long time, and Bennett, the batter who's pretty much set for rest of the world here, has to ensure he plays long, because even at the moment, even after losing 2 quick wickets, rest of the world are pretty much there with the run rate, so they need not really worry about that. They have to, once again, that's a beautiful shot, just clearing the infield and not letting the pressure build here for the rest of the world. Is Bennett ensuring that he's not leaving any loose ball. This particular ball, as we can see in the replay here, just try to toss the ball up a little bit, and the moment he saw it close, he had no hesitation indeed to go aerial, and got the desired result here. That's a boundary. So 8 runs coming off this over, and pretty much can go on to become a very, very big over here. Once again, that's well cut this time, but the bowler will indeed field the ball. And as we were speaking, see, this is an important point of time whereby South Africa should ensure that when you're just in the game, you don't concede those boundaries, because if you're gonna give those boundaries, the fielding team, in fact the batting side, will just bat through. I mean, if they get that boundary every single over and can manage two singles, I think 6 runs an over in a 45 over format should do the job for them. So if you can stop those boundaries as far as South Africa are concerned, that will be very very helpful for them to stay in the game. That's a single once again, too long on this time. That's the end of the eighth over. Very good over there for rest of the world. 9 runs coming off it. 47 for two rest of the world. Once again, that's well guided. They might get a couple of runs here. No, that's pretty well covered by the fielder. So just a single there. So now the country fielder is being pushed inside the 30-yard circle, and so just a long on there, and Ismail is back. That's well driven. So they need to ensure that they don't bowl dot ball, they bowl dot balls, and they don't give boundaries here, because anything just in the slot. The set Bennett out there is ready to go aerial, so they have to ensure that they need to keep things tight for him. Right, and that's a wide ball there. So they have to ensure that they don't give any extras and boundaries, at least for 2 to 3 hours time, because definitely in any form of the game, maybe barring Test cricket, yeah, if you can put it that way, 3 overs without a boundary. That's a quick single there. That's a pretty good call from the non-striker. So very much if they can give both those dot balls and restrict those boundaries, very very important part of the game. Restrict the boundaries for 3 overs, and the batsman will definitely might go for a loose shot, and you would have end up victorious, getting a wicket there. So bold dot balls very important that at this point in the game for South Africa, and keep it at the offside as much as you can, because very much set field on the offside. Yes, you do have a deep country and long on there, but on the onside. But other than that, you have a short square leg. So the field is pretty much set on the offside. So keep it on the off. Very very important. That's flicked once again. Beautiful shot. That's a chase for the fielder, and indeed he stops the ball. So yes, pretty much. I mean, from the particular end that we are bowling right now, the square leg mid wicket region, the ball doesn't travel much. We have seen on so many occasions that there is some kind of grass or overgrown grass over there. Maybe the ball doesn't travel at that point. So the batters, very important to remember that this time he's picked it up beautifully, but once again a single. So on this occasion, not able to put it in the gap as he did the previous delivery. So Bennett very well set here at the end of 9 overs, 53 for 2 rest of the world. He's just hit it over the infield. Once again, that's a boundary. So Bennett ensuring that he's trying to hit it straight down the ground. Even if he wants to go aerial, the best shot, or rather the best place he can ever hit the ball on a cricket ground, is straight down the ground, and that's what Bennett is showcasing here. I think, if I'm not wrong, 3 to 4 boundaries straight down the ground. So the best place to attack a bowler. I mean, a lot of legends of the game we've seen, right from Sachin Tendulkar to Brian Lara. A lot of these cricketers tend to go down the ground, tend to go straight down the ground. Even the big hitters, like in the modern days, a big hitter like Kyron Pollard, maybe, if you want to just take for example, they look to go a lot straighter. I mean, because the probability of you getting those runs once you hit the ball straight down the ground is pretty much higher. So very important that in order to keep in mind when you hit the ball, if you want to go aerial, that too you can definitely hit it down the ground. So very important that this time flicked it, but there's protection there. A short square leg and a fine leg, so they'll just get a single. Maybe if you can bisect that field, there would be a chance for boundary. But don't hold down the leg. I mean, if you can get hit of boundaries, even of good deliveries, I mean, that is in some way is fine. But do not just give the batters easy balls. So that's very important to keep in mind. Once again, that's played on the leg side. Just a single there to fine leg. So even in the previous over, we saw a very quick single of the non-striker's call. Very important. And even at this point in time, rest of the world going at 6 and over, if they can get the set batter Bennett out, they're in the game right away. So they would look to get that done at the end of the first 10 overs. Rest of the world are 59 for 2. So that's very well played there to start the 10th over. A dot ball to start, so at least just put the pressure from one end. I mean, very very important that because when the batters are looking to attack, keep it straighter, keep it just outside off. Don't give them those scoring opportunities. Very important there. So just a single this time around. So bolt your field, very very important here for South Africa. That's a quick single this time around to the onside. So that's the end of the 11th over. Pretty much steady here, although they have lost 2 wickets. Rest of the world, with those boundaries and with the attacking mindset of the set batter Bennett, they are 61 for 2 after 11 overs. That's a good shot this time around, but yeah, just a single there, too long off. Looking to attack here as far as Bennett is concerned, because he's pretty much there. I mean, playing at a strike rate of 100, so he's all into attack. And for the next 3 overs, indeed 3.5 overs, they will definitely look to attack, because that's the point till the power play. That's the first power play where only 3 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So if I mean, they can look at the situation in either way. End of the 15th over mark, if they are around say 85 to 90 runs, that should help them. But otherwise, what they can do is very important here, right, from their perspective. That's well played. A good call that from the non-striker, calling a very, very important aspect of the game, because we see plenty of runouts that occur. Even on that occasion, the way the second wicket fell was a run out, but yes, indeed, that was extraordinary fielding from the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. So pretty much due to bad calling, sometimes wickets tend to fall, and for wrong calling. Yeah, we'll discuss it in the next over. End of the 12th over, 62 for 2. Rest of the world. That's just a single. So to go to start with the 13th over, so need to keep the run rate around the 6 mark. That's the 30-run partnership. So it's come pretty much at a pretty decent speed. So 40 balls. So the run rate at 5.18 now. But the most important thing is both these batters have to play for a while, and they have a man at cashing covers. So just looking to get the batsman aerial and get his wicket. That's very well consolidated on that occasion. So, trying to put the pressure here as far as South Africa are concerned, and what South Africa should do from here is just do this. I mean, bowl consistently. Don't give the opposition boundaries up to the 15th over mark. And if you're gonna do that, I mean, at the 15th over, you would stay at the top, right? So if you're gonna stay at the top at the end of the 15th over, things are going to definitely help you. And because right from ball one of the 16th over, the batters should face it like post the drinks break. Always there is a probability of a wicket falling. So if you're gonna keep up the pressure up to the drinks break, and end it up on a high on your side, you can definitely get a wicket post the drinks break. That's what is very important. That's a quick single there. Very good running between the wickets. The moment the batter hit the ball, he called for a single there. So pretty decent over this up to this point. 2 runs coming off it, and just don't give that odd boundary. Bennett might look to attack. Cuts it well this time. That's very well stopped by the man at point. Goes for the shot, but just unable to clear the infield. So we'll just get a single at mid-off to end the 13th over here. 65 for no loss, or in fact for 65 for 2. Rest of the world here, and very importantly, they're doing well. So South Africa, pretty good over this for South Africa. Just 3 runs coming off it. That's stopped in the inner circle. So not considered a boundary. So just do this for another 2 overs. I mean, don't give easy boundaries for rest of the world, and just keep it in line. Keep it in the line and the length. Very important. Once again, this time down the leg side. So just a single. Understanding that they need that both the fielders behind the wicket, the third man, and the fine leg. So we're speaking about calling between running the wickets. Once again, I mean, we have spoken about this in a lot of games now. When the batter hits it front of the wicket, it's the call of the striker, and the moment it goes behind the stumps, it's very important for the non-striker, because that is the pretty much the basics of the game. Because the moment the ball goes behind the wicket, the vision of the ball is with the non-striker, right? So in fact, they also call it the danger end. So the throw is going to come back right at the striker's end. That is where the non-striker has got his crease, right? The non-striker has to reach at the striker's end to complete a single, obviously. So yeah, pretty much that's called the danger end. And since the danger end for the non-striker is at the striker's end, when the ball goes behind the wicket, it's a call for the non-striker. And front of the wicket, say for instance, goes for a wild hit this time. That's beautifully stopped. Just went for the shot there, but definitely saved around 4 runs. I mean, he's definitely saved a boundary, in my opinion. There, the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Yeah, guys. So as I was talking, front of the wicket, you hit the ball, that's going straight to mid-on. So the throw would come at the non-strikers, and that's the danger end for the striker, right? So that's the end of the 14th over here. 67 for 2, rest of the world. So that's a boundary there. So after 2 good overs, South Africa have considered that boundary there. In fact, a much needed boundary for the rest of the world, because after 2 pretty good overs from South Africa, the run rate had reduced, and now that all important boundary, they're looking to finish off with a pretty decent over before drinks. I mean, the drinks break is very much not talked about. I mean, he goes aerial, but goes on the bounce to the man at long on. So they'll just get a single there. So very important, the drinks break. I mean, not many speak about it as a part of the game, but what it does is, I mean, it can work as a double-head sword, because many times when a team is struggling, or that's a good shot there, picking up the vacant area and getting a boundary is Moses. So has been in for a pretty long time now, and has managed to find that boundary. Very well played by Moses there. So very important, the drinks break. I mean, when your team is struggling and you just get in, and you can just re-strategize and get back, and that can prove to be a very good point, positive for you, and just get the wicket that you want. I mean, many a times. But that's the positive side of it. And the batters, when they're slightly struggling, it's gone straight up, through the hands. The ball has just managed to go through the hands of the fielder, and that's a boundary once again. So as we're speaking, 3 runs coming off the first, means in fact 3 for the first 3 balls for over bowled, and 9 runs coming off it. So pretty much looking to end on a high here before the rings break here, to be pretty precise. Rather, the third boundary coming off the over, so 30 runs coming off it. Yeah, in fact 4 balls, 13 runs, and yes, as we were speaking, that's well played. There's a man there, yeah, for protection at the boundary. So 18, close to 14 runs coming off the over. Yes, and 1 more ball to go before the drinks break. And yeah, so what can both the teams at the drinks break do here? Rest of the world batters have to carry through. Pretty simple for them, and the South African bowlers need to look to get a wicket. I mean, get the set bat out. This time drifting down the patch, and there's a chase for the fielder there, but the ball wins the race. So 18 runs coming out of the 15th over, and rest of the world have batted really well here. I mean, superbly well. So the first power play comes to an end, and at a pretty good rate here, rest of the world 85 for 2 after the 15 over mark, and it's time for drinks, guys. Both the teams would look to re-strategize and get their plans right. Especially the South African side would look to make a comeback in the game. We'll resume after drinks. Oh, that's a misfield there inside the third yard circle, so they'll just get a single. So pretty early in the break, no, after the break, it's very important for South Africa to strike. I mean, because every time we see a wicket falling after the drinks break. Why is that so? Because the batters have to play like they're playing from ball one. I mean, uh, the level of the focus or the concentration, uh, just kind of deviates, right? I mean, if you're going to concentrate for a few overs, right on the trot, and go for a drinks break, take a break, and come. It's not easy, right? To concentrate from the very first ball. They go for a quick single here. Oh, a direct hit, and they might come back for the overthrows. No, no, there is backup. So pretty intelligent that to get the throw there. No, clever cricket from both the sides. I mean, if that ball had hit the stump, a direct hit on that occasion would have been curtains for Trent, who's just set batter. In fact, he's got to his 50 here. 51 runs there. That's well driven again on the front foot. That's beautiful. Has he managed to get the boundary there? Yes, he does. So that's a boundary. That's a beautiful shot. I mean, nothing really, bad about that delivery. Just tossed it up, and the placement was up to the mark. 100 marks for that. So that's the reason they got that boundary there. 6 runs coming out the first 4 balls here. And the score at the moment is 91 for 2. That's well played once again. That's beautiful running. That's an appeal there, but the batsman has reached his mark. So this partnership after the 2 early wickets has blossomed really well as far as the rest of the world are concerned, and they'll hope that this goes long at least for the next 10 overs. If they can play till the 25th over mark, have 8 wickets in hand in the last 20 overs. Nothing better than that for the rest of the world. So that's the end of the 16th over. At the end of 16 overs, 92 for 2, rest of the world. So that's a white ball to start the 17th over. So guys, I would just love to share this fact with you. So the batter now, Peter Moses, who's been batting at 20, is a doctor and is from the southern part of India. That's where the tournament is currently happening. So Chennai, it's in the southern part of India, in the state of Tamil Nadu. So yeah, he's from this city and is a doctor, right? So pretty much travels to India even now, and pretty much playing at his home ground here, or rather his home turf, if you would put it that way. So 20 of 30 balls at the moment, and he's doing his job perfectly here at the moment, for his team. Rightly so, because the batsman sit at the other end, Bennett, who's played at a pretty good strike rate. I mean, playing above 100, and at the right time, when it looks like the pressure is just keeping up, he ensures that he gets a very important boundary. That's well played over the infield. So a much needed boundary just outside the off stump, and keeps it, ensures that If you just put away your bat, put it fully. I mean, don't play with double minds, or rather, don't play with two minds. Very important. If you want to put away your ball, you need put it with ease. So very important. Once again, that's well played. This time on the onside, just a single there. So getting the all important boundary every over. So the approach pretty much, staying the same way, even post the drinks break. Then ensuring that they are keeping the approach perfect. I mean, they are just playing the way that's been working for them. Very very important that. Once again, that's beautifully driven, but this time straight to the fielder. South Africa have to do something different. I mean, this partnership is definitely turning dangerous at the moment for them, because both these batters well set, and that's a good call there once again from the striker. Yeah, that's the end of the over. 98 for 2 at the end of 17 overs. Rest of the world. So that's a single to fine leg. Oh, direct hit would have been pretty much close there. So South Africa are looking desperate for that wicket here, and we are here at the 18th over. Oh, that's beaten on this occasion. Yeah, pretty much looked to cut the ball, but couldn't get the placement there. That's well played. So very much set the bat of Bennett here. Very important for them to ensure that at some point in time, I mean, they can do this. I mean, they're pretty much comfortable and oh, goes for the sweep shot, but it was very much close to the off stump. So very important. I mean, this particular shot shows you that yes, I mean there's not much turn on this wicket, but then pretty important to play straight. No, yeah, this time going over the looking to go over the covers region, but yes, missing the ball gradually. I mean, very important. I mean, that particular shot. I mean, I thought that uh, they could actually avoid going across the line. To be pretty honest, because if you're gonna hit straight, I mean, you have seen success hitting straight down the ground. I think the batters can definitely once again, as we were speaking, goes down the ground. That's worked for rest of the world to now. So very important that at the end of the 18th over mark, they get to a score of 100. Yes, indeed, yeah. So at the end of 18 overs, 100 for two. Rest of the world. That's pretty well played for a single there to long on, and Paul Gotch, the new bowler in for, in fact, on the third over here, to be pretty much precise for you guys. So he's bowling here, pretty much. I mean, yes, onto his third over and conceded 23 runs. Yes, but somewhere, I mean, South Africa, if they can strike in the next 3 overs, they can somehow avoid some desperation. I mean, what happens is because both the batters are at the moment very well set, and pretty important for them to just keep it simple and never let the hope down, because at some point in time you will get desperate, and those boundaries would come easier for the uh, batters. So very important that to ensure you get a wicket as soon as possible. They'll get a single there to find leg. So Bennett is the set batter at the moment, and if he can carry on as long as he can, you know the happiest side would definitely be uh, rest of the world, because they need that set batter in. That's a quick single there. In fact, easily run. Right, and yeah, we have witnessed so many games on this wicket. Right, one strategy about batting on this wicket is that you need not do much. I mean, this is a very batting friendly wicket, as we have seen. I mean, we have seen scores of 300 or scores close to 300 more than a couple of times. Australia in the previous game. That's a boundary there. Chase for the fielder, but indeed that ball goes to the boundary. Yes, and with that shot, Moses Gugi goes on to his 30s. Right. End of the 19th over, 107 for two. So Akil Cupido is the new bowler, bowler in for bowling his second over. Once again, that's well played, but the single denied this time. So both the batters are very well set. I mean, I was just talking about the nature of this wicket, right? I've seen a lot of games here, and in fact, batting second, 290 runs has been chased, and very much. I mean, the wicket is not really too paced or something. Yes, with the wicket used around close to 60 to 70 overs. That is in the point maybe at in second innings, if in the 25th or the 26th over mark there can be some kind of help for the spinners. I mean, when the pitch starts to break out or used up a lot, what tends to happen is there is some kind of assistance for the spinners. But then, even at that point in time, your length plays a huge role. Yes, but other than that, very much favored the batsman over this tournament. So very important in that regard. Right, so that's the end of the 20th over, I suppose. Yeah, 109 for two, and pretty much well set here. The rest of the world side. That's very well played. Has he picked the gap? But there's a man there and has pretty much stopped the ball. Very good effort there on the field. So at no point in time the South African side, how good they are on the field, right? So throughout the day, the fielding has been pretty much there, yeah. So there haven't been so many misfields or something. They've been right up the mark on the fielding, and you need to give credit also to the rest of the world batters. Yes, after this first two wickets, if South Africa had to get back into this game, they definitely could have. But even though they were slightly, pulling around the leg stump mark, initially bowled those loose deliveries, but pretty much well batted by both these batters. Once again, that's beautifully played, but they'll just get a single. So very very important that they get a wicket. I mean, at this point, because both these batters look dangerous, and if they can, keep going through. So Bennett, the set batter, is on strike. Oh, goes for the swing this time, but goes straight to the man. There is protection there inside the 30-yard circle. So no runs coming off that ball. He's hit this well, but there's protection there at long off with the long barrier. Stops the ball. So we'll discuss about a pretty interesting thing about fielding in the next over. Yes, guys. So end of the 21 overs, 113 for 2. Rest of the world. That's a wide ball there to start the 22nd over. In fact, almost reached the halfway mark, and with both these batters set, and say another 24 overs to go, wickets in hand would be very very helpful towards the back end. I mean, if these batters can be there 2 to 3, at least for next 2 to 3 overs, and till the 27th over mark. I mean, for till that point in time, if they are in the crease, gonna benefit them a lot. That's well played to long on. So moves on to 36 here. Moses playing a pretty important hand. So the last ball of the previous over, we concluded on telling that we're going to talk about a very interesting thing about fielding. I mean, you look right there at the long on fielder. What does he do? It's called the technique of long barrier. When you put, if you're gonna be a right-hander, you put your right leg on the other side. I mean your right leg close to your if you're right-handed, you're gonna put your left leg, right leg down with your feet facing towards the left side. The other feet, that is the left feet facing towards the left side, and that's the technique called long barrier, right? It's pretty much similar to, let's say one leg kneeling down. I mean, if you kneel down with one leg, how do you do that? So if you bend and just get it done. So because that's a technique used by the fielders to ensure that they are, they, even though if they fail to stop the ball would hit their leg and would be comfortably fielded. So that's the end of the 22nd over, 117 for 2. That's hit down the ground, but very very well fielded. Saved at least a couple of runs on occasion. The bowler there. So I mean, South Africa bowling bad? I mean, if you ask me the question, I would frankly say no. I mean, to be very very honest, they've they've been okay with their lines and lengths, but pretty well batted. That's a boundary. Bisects the field there. Bisecting the long on and the long off fielder. You know, he hit it as hard as he can, and that takes Bennett to his 60s. Right, so this partnership looking dangerous at the moment. I mean, both these batters are very well set, and somewhere around 5.5 at the moment the run rate, and if both these batters must continue for a while now, at least as we have spoken to the 25th over mark, because if you can have say close to 7 or 8 wickets at the back end, the batting side would have the freedom to go for their shots. I mean, because very much the field would be definitely spread, but you need to have that freedom, and because from ball one you can definitely hit on this wicket. I mean, it's a pretty decent batting wicket. Yes, we have spoken a lot about it, but then spending time is also equally important, right? So if you can play 5 to 10 balls, just assess what the wicket exactly is, because with the batters to come, whoever are there next in line, it's very important for them to ensure that they are, once they're in, they take at least 5 to 6 balls, play on, and just assess the wicket, and from there on, depending on the situation, they can play those singles, rotate the strike, or go for their shots. That's the end of the 23rd over, 122 for 2, rest of the world. He's hit it straight up in the air. Oh, just over the fielder. Very, very lucky on that occasion is Bennett. Just managed to get it past the fielder. That's well swept. Superbly played. The ball just deviating on its line. There is Akil, slightly bowled it towards the leg side. And Peter Moses was perfect there. Just had to get some bat on it. And the ball raced away to the boundary. So moves on to 40 there. So 5 runs. Windows over and operating from spin both ends. Pretty much completing over the fast here. The spinners. End of the 24th over, 127 for 2. Rest of the world. Oh, that's a misfield there. They run on the misfield for a single. So moves on to 65. Does Tremett? I mean, maybe too early to call, but no, both the rest of the world side and Tremett himself be very happy to get 100 there. Once again, a single there to sweep a cover. So putting up, the approach is perfect. I mean, a lot of times in cricket, you might get 100 one day. I mean, you might dismiss yourself for a duck if you're a batter. If you're a bowler one day, you can go for, you might go for runs. You might get up, have a very good spell, end up having a very good spell on a day. Say you might get a 3-wicket haul or a 5-wicket haul. You can, turn the game on its head many times. But the approach, I mean, that doesn't really matter. I mean, the approach matters a lot. The result of the game, in my opinion, or rather, you ask any of the guys who've played at the highest level also, right? So what they would tell us is that they would tell us the approach is very important, right? That's a great shot. That's a very good shot because sometimes you would bowl really well and you would get hit for a boundary of a very, very good ball, right? And sometimes that doesn't really matter. It matters on how good your approach is or how you're approaching towards the game. That's very, very important, right? So at this moment, keeping the approach perfect here, depending on the situation that they are in, rest of the world, both these batters know that both of these batters are set and playing at a run rate close to 5.2. So at this moment, this is what they can do. Rotate the strike. That's what they have done. Even of the previous, the last ball of the 25th over, 131 for 2 at the end of 25 overs. Rest of the world. That's a dot ball to start the 26th over. So if they can plan their innings from here, can rest of the world, that will be very useful for them. Because for the last 25 overs, if they can target around say 150 to 170 with 8 wickets in hand, that's pretty much achievable. Because once they get around that 300 mark, if they can target, I think nothing better than that. Because it's very very important that somewhere if they can set the target above when the say around 270 to 280 would be very very helpful. That's well played. That's beautifully played. They just get a single. So if they can get target around 150 to 170 runs of the last 25 wickets, 25 overs, sorry, with last say 8 wickets left in hand, right? So very important. They can definitely get to the target. That's bowled him. So the commentator curse there working. After a very very good knock, Bennett has to walk back for 66. Yes, we were talking about how good he was attacking the bowlers. Didn't let the uh, pressure take on the batters, or rather on the new batter at that point in time, his partner Moses. He didn't definitely let the pressure on him and got those boundaries at the right time. So very well played. Bennett has to walk back for 66. So finally, that's the breakthrough that South Africa were looking for a pretty long time now. 132 for 3 at the moment. We are in 25th, 26th over, 25.4 overs, 132 for 3. Uh, rest of the world. So gets off the mark here. The new batter for rest of the world. That's the end of the 26 overs, 133 for 3. Rest of the world. So two boundaries in quick succession for Peter Moses, and that should be his score. No, takes him to 47. So very important successive boundaries. Very important that the point of the view of the game as far as rest of the world are concerned. So that's a dot ball to end the 27th over. 138 for 3 rest of the world. That's a dot ball there to start the 28th over. So Makanaki, the new batter in for rest of the world. So just play through. I mean, in the right track here, but they have to complete around 270 to 280. I think even at this point in time, even after they have lost the well settled batter, I think rest of the world can target 270. I mean, if they can just give a target with the required run rate of around the 6 mark, because if you're gonna start with that, if you're gonna have the required run rate over 6 and start from that point, you might just get caught. I mean, straightforward pressure. And on this wicket, as we have spoken, somewhere around 240 spa, that's a fine shot. He's picked the gap really well. Tossed it just outside the off stump, and he was perfect, to that occasion. Ensure that he's got a boundary here. So these boundaries desperately make the batter settle. If they get a boundary and over and two singles to go with it, from here it will take them to say 6 and over. Will take them to somewhere past the 240 250 mark, and if they can stop those boundaries, South Africa would definitely be targeting to do that, because very important that they don't get those boundaries and they make sure to keep the length intact, to keep the line intact, and that should help them. He goes for the shot this time, but there is a man there. They will just get a single. Went aerial for a while, but indeed no harm there, just getting a single. So this over, just 5 runs coming off it up to the first 5 balls, except for that boundary. Even though, I mean, the boundary wasn't a bad ball, that was a very good shot. Credit to the batsman Makanaki there. Once again, that's pretty well bowled. That's a dot ball to end the 28th over. 143 for 3 rest of the world. So two singles coming of the first two balls. Good start to this over as far as rest of world are concerned. That's very well driven. So has played around 10 balls. The new batter Mckennacky here, and has managed to get a boundary, a very good boundary. He picked it over the offside. That's a quick single there. Oh, the throws at the bowler's end, and the batter easily, makes his ground. Very important that to ensure those singles they keep getting it, and very well settled at 48, nearing his 50 here. Is Peter Moses. That's very well hit. That's beautifully played. They'll get a single off the misfield on the offside. So moves to 49 here. And the final ball of the 29th over. 147 for 3, and we're going to approach the 30 over mark. We're going to reach the 30 over mark, rather, however you want to put it. And pretty much at 5 the run rate, and this is well played. That's a good chase for the fielder there, brilliantly stopped. They get a couple of runs there to end the 29th over. 149 for 3, 6 runs coming off this over. Very good over for the rest of the world. So that's the 50 here for Peter Moses. A pretty well played 50. Despite the batter at the other end losing his wicket, but then he's played 70 balls. Yes, his strike rate around 71, but then a pretty well constructed knock. Has to play through here for rest of the world. That's once again well defended. They'll get a single. So, that's a misfield on that occasion, but then no harm there for the fielder. Yes, been perfect there. Yeah, just a single there. That's once again beautifully played. So ensuring that, and this particular over, 2 runs coming from that region, the late cut. So if you're going to play the ball slightly late, that's a very good skill. I mean, a lot of the batters, international batters, have actually mastered that skill, and if you can do that at the international level, play the ball late, that's gonna be it, because batters like Kane Williamson, who are rated very very highly at the international level, one of the best in the world, he's a pretty good example of playing the ball late. So a lot of times we talk about that factor. It's very easy to snatch runs. So that's the end of the 30 over mark. 153 for 3, and guys, it's time for drinks. South Africa once again would look to break the partnership, and at the other end, both these batters would look to play for a while. So end of 30 overs, 153 for 3, rest of the world. We'll resume after drinks. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there, but couldn't time it perfectly indeed. So just got a single on that occasion. Right. So in need of wickets here. Can the drinks break magic be helpful for South Africa to just create that breakthrough, get that impact? Oh, that's drilled down the ground, but once again, the fielder there with his long barrier has stopped the ball. Just a single there. Right, so Peter Moses, the set batter here, needs to play around the 35th mark, and from there, if you can have wickets as you've spoken, it would be very, very easy to accelerate for the rest of the world. Oh, that just flew off the edge, but pretty well fielded there. Right, so that's the end of the over. So after 31 overs, 156 for 3. So plays it through the offside for a single to start the 32nd over there. And very much, very good batting this. Guys, let's be honest, South Africa haven't really, have kept their lens tight. Yes, they've conceded that occasional boundary down the leg side, but a lot of times, in a lot of overs, I mean that a lot of times, but then I feel that, this particular ball, if many times what happens is, when these left arm spinners, the leg spinners, they bowl a very good ball, and uh, the more of the set batters just play it through the single, and oh, that's the wicket that they wanted. When we're talking about the breakthrough, that's pretty good wicket keeping there. Excellent wicket keeping, just the ball dipping down, and the keeper up to the mark. That's a fine stumping there. So that's the important wicket. So post the drinks break, we're talking about fact that they need to get a wicket here, and they have got one to their name. South Africa. So end of the 31.3 overs, 158 for 4. Oh, he's just missed the boundary there, in my opinion, there, just down the leg side. Oh, they get a good single to sweep a cover. So, need to understand that at this point in time, if South Africa need to make that breakthrough, if they get one more here, they are firmly in control, because the current run rate has definitely reduced. I mean, has come close to the 5 run mark, right? Relatively, the middle overs, they haven't considered as much as boundaries as they considered in the initial stages. So that has definitely brought down the run rate now to 5. So from here, one more wicket from here, or rather one or two, that will definitely bring South Africa back into the game, and ensure that they can restrict them below, somewhere below the 250 to 270 mark at end of the 32nd over, 160 for 4 rest of the world. That's a fine shot there. Tried to go aerial, but then was perfect in picking the gap or the offside. So they've got the boundary there. So 3 singles, 3 to 4 singles. This can be a very, very decent over there for the rest of the world, and very much Peter Moses. The set batter is very, very important from here, for the very reason that so he needs to play through here, the set batter, because if he can do that, it'll benefit rest of the world, because we have spoken a lot about how set batters can help, and more importantly, so at least till the 40th over, because uh, say the new batter in would take his time for a while now. R Sharma has to take his time for a while. They get a quick single there. They get a very quick single. Beautiful running. So at least for a while, what they can do is they can play those singles, not lose wickets from here. I mean, because you need them for the back end of the innings. In the last 5 overs, if 5 to 7 overs, you need to go for your shots very much. So if you have to keep the run rate high in those overs, you need to have wickets in hand. Once again, that's a beautiful stop there. So definitely, I mean, you need to talk about the South African quality of fielding. I mean, always has been pretty good. Set the highest of standard, the greatest of fielders coming from that region. Once again, that's very well played, but this time there's protection there. Uh, the midfielder has been slightly pushed back halfway. That's the end of the over, 116, 7 for 4. After 33 overs, are rest of the world. This time once again a fine shot, but then fielder on the onside. So as we were talking about the fielding, I mean the fielding has the fielding standard of South Africa always been high. Whatever be it, over the years we have had the greatest of fielders come from that region of the world. I mean, with the likes of John T. Rhodes. When you talk about fielding in general in cricket, I don't think any cricket fan can look past John T. Rhodes, because everybody talk about that run out in the 1992 World Cup of Inzamam ul Haq. I mean, running in hard, crashing the stumps, right? So, and the likes of AB de Villiers in the past decade or so, and now Aiden Markram, recently also took a mind-blowing catch. My goodness, in the SA20. So the South African fielding has always been good. They have been a very, very good fielding side. In the modern era, the likes of David Miller, who's representing various T20 clubs in South Africa at the highest level, has been remarkable in their fielding efforts recently. Once again, that's a good stop there at short square leg. As many overs as they don't give boundaries, that's gonna definitely impact the total that rest of the world are gonna reach. So just keep bowling those dots, keep bowling in those areas. Once again, this time on the onside. The moment we told that there are no boundaries coming in, R. Sharma, the new batter, has responded with a boundary here. At the end of 34 overs, rest of the world are 174 for 4. So that's a dot ball. So these dot balls could in turn turn into wickets. That's a fine shot, but there's protection there. The fielder rushes in to take the ball there. So Peter Moses has stayed through, has played through. 63 now. If he can stay till the very end, that can benefit rest of the world, and very, very important that these batters keep going, and from the South African point of view, because this is the time. I mean, this is the time where the score can end up somewhere around the 240 mark and go past the 280 mark. So this is the time, in my opinion. If you're gonna get a wicket here from the South African point of view, you're definitely somewhere at the top at the end of the 35th over, psychologically. But if both these batters can play for a while, that's gone. A big shot there. Oh, that's a boundary. Just couldn't gather the ball there, the fielder. So that's a boundary. Now was in the slot and swung it really well, did R. Sharma, to get it to the boundary. Once again, steps down the track, goes all the way this time. That's a great shot. So we were talking about the shift in the momentum, and so have we lost the ball? Has the ball gone all the way out of the ground? What a great shot that tried to go across the line, and connected the ball beautifully indeed. So 34.4 overs, the rest of the world 185 for 4. And that's small interruption in play. So beaten there on the occasion. So in fact, a wide call indeed. Beg your pardon. That's a wide to start the over off, and oh, that's once again a wide. This time called. So we have Kevin Walters with us from the Wales side on the commentary box. Pleasure joining you, sir. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. We're very happy with our performance today. We've gone out with the right intent with the bat, and it seems to be paying off so far.
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, where do you see your side approaching? With Peter Moses been batting the way he is today, he's been really good, and with just 10 more overs to go, where do you see your what's the right score that you're approaching from here?
Well, I think we're going to look for a basic 260 and a bonus. Anything over that's a bonus, really. Hopefully, at our age, the fielders get tired, the bowlers get tired, and we can take advantage of it if we've got wickets in hand. We've got a couple more lads who can come in and put bat to ball, so we're hoping for the best, and we've been well coached to have a positive attitude, and even at our great age, it's been an eye opener to have some good people behind us. It's been very good. Yes.
Definitely. I mean, as you mentioned, sir, 260. Definitely a good score on this wicket. Maybe I on the experience of just covering a number of matches at this venue, I personally feel it'll just be above par. So,
yes.
Pretty much defendable that.
Yes, it is. I think we can defend it because our fielding has been pretty decent. We've had a day's rest. We didn't have a great performance in the field against Sri Lanka. We were all a little bit tired, but we've rebooted now, and hopefully, it'll be good. We've had a different approach. We've had a bit of a chat, and hope things will come up good.
Sure, sir. And pretty much, I mean, you guys.
Lovely shot. Raj batting now can be very destructive. A few overs of him, yes.
Yeah, should work out. And as you mentioned, sir, you told that a couple of guys, back in the dugout who can just hit a long ball, right?
There are. There's a couple who can hit the ball straight a very long way. So we're hoping to say if these get out, the bowlers are tired. Pete's still going very well. He's held the innings together really, and we're more than happy with our performance today so far.
Yes, definitely indeed. At the end of the 36 over 193 for 4 here, right, sir? So pretty interesting side, sir. Yes, I mean the rest of the world. I mean, can you just brief me on exactly what guys you are?
Well,
what
our manager's here now.
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, but great to. Yeah, sir. If you can definitely join us, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. The rest of the world is mixed up from players from all countries, anybody outside of the other competing countries. So we have 8 or 9 Scotsmen. Okay. And we have a couple of guys who live in Spain. We have a guy from Kenya, and out of the wicket now we've got the chap who used to captain Sweden. So we've got a few. We've got a Maltese wicket keeper. So we got a bit of a mongrel team, an eclectic bunch. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's in fact a very humorous way to describe you guys, pretty much. And so I just wanted to ask you a question, like. Do you have any governing body, as far as your rest of the world are concerned?
This is the governing body.
Yeah, we have a governing body of me, plus John Courtney, who is our captain and the chairman of the organisation. It's quite a strange thing having a rest of the world, I know, at a World Cup. But what it's done is it's given people from countries that would not have the opportunity to play at a World Cup. It's given guys the opportunity to play at a World Cup. So you've had an all-time cricket legend from Kenya, Asif Karim, has had the chance, and these guys are just so over the moon to have a chance to play with cricket. Yeah. It's given a guy from Sweden a chance to play. It's given the Scots a chance to see what they've got to do to maybe get a side into the next World Cup.
Yeah, sir, indeed, pretty much excited because at the scene, that's a single there to third man. So yeah, as we were speaking, sir, pretty much, this one a very very good way to bring teams in, because a lot of times we have seen these 8 to 10 countries participate in the World Cup. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, very well taken.
Wow.
So our Sharma has to walk back. And South Africa Peter Martin has managed to get a wicket here. 36.4 overs, 195 for 5, rest of the world. And South Africa getting a very very important wicket at a crucial juncture of the game. Right, sir. So getting back to the point. So as you mentioned, this is a very good way to make sure that very talented youngsters from, or rather not youngsters.
I don't think you could ever describe them as youngsters.
Sorry. Yeah, pretty talented men from across the globe who don't have an opportunity, right? Like anybody, sir. Just to mention this, ask you this question: anybody who's represented their country at the international level from this group?
Asif Karim played for Kenya, and he played in the 96, 99 and 2003 World Cups. Right. And in 2003 the tournament, yes, they played and he got even though he was on the losing side, he got the man of the match award against Australia. And you were talking about the Ponting, Hayden, Langer era, and his figures were something like 8 overs, 8.5 overs, and he took 3 for 7.
That's extraordinary.
It sure is.
Pretty much extraordinary. Yeah. And that was, as you mentioned, at that point in time, the Australian side
were all conquering. Nobody beat them. And although Kenya, I don't think, got particularly close to winning, they certainly put the wind up the Australians for a little while. He's a very high class cricketer. He's got 4 50s in this tournament. He has got a few wickets, but unfortunately, he'd only played 8 T20 games in the last 20 years. So the pressure on his body has been so much. He's just, he's being held together by sticking plaster and string, because he's absolutely banjaxed. He's completely beaten up, but he's carried on playing, and he's a lovely man, a very humble man, and it's been an absolute pleasure for us to have him.
Sure, sir. Pretty much. I mean, personally, I feel very honoured. I mean, a part of this tournament, the over 60s tournament, such a great initiative, and you have players who have played at the highest level. Who have played at the World Cups, taken their country to the very next level, and are pretty much honoured, sir. And this one, at the moment, you see, if the set batter Peter Moses can play for a while, where do you get them to, sir? Like your teammate, the other guy, other person who joined us in the box, he mentioned that somewhere around 260 would be a good score. What do you think from here, sir? So that's the end of the 37th over mark, 196 for 5, rest of the world at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we'd like to score 300 if we can. It's a shame that was a wonderful caught and bowled just before. Rajan Sharma, who is the Swedish cricketer, he scored 50 against Sri Lanka and got us up to a respectable score after we'd had a pretty sticky start. And it's a shame we didn't see a few more overs of him, because as you'd seen from the previous over, he can smash the ball out of the ground, and that's always a good man to have around at this time of an innings. I think if we could get to 280, we'll be competitive, because that looks like an absolute perfect batting wicket. Confess, I'm very jealous for all the boys that have batted on the wickets. One of the things about this tournament, the batting wickets have been superb. I think we were expecting sort of ragging turners, which is what an Englishman expects to see in India, but actually the batting wickets have been absolutely fabulous.
Yes, sir, definitely indeed. And I would also like to tell you this thing, sir. We are right in the summers. In the South India part of south part of India is always, southern part of India is always known for its summers, right? So in this particular time when the sun is out, the wicket tends to let's say, rather in the first innings it's always good to bat, because they're traditionally wickets that are suited for the longer format of the game, the 3 days, the 4 days, the test matches that the international sides sometimes come on to play here. But other than that, once the wicket gets used up, then only it tends to spread up or break a little bit, right? Unless otherwise there is some kind of breakage in the wicket, it's absolutely a belter to bat on. And this particular venue, a lot of 300 scores, and 290 in fact has been chased here. So as you mentioned, a belter of a wicket. This
we played Sri Lanka at VB Nest on Monday, and we chased down 300 with a couple of overs to spare. I think they were quite shocked, but Tony Bennett, who got 66, got 130 in that game, and Asif got a very cultured 50 or 60. And I said to the guys, I'm actually going to take that. I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm taking it home with me because I really fancy a bat on one of these wickets. But unfortunately, I've just had a new knee, so I can't play, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, the batting wickets have been probably one of the best bits about the tournament. There have been some other things around the tournament that may not have worked quite so well, but the wickets that we've played on have been absolutely superb.
Definitely, sir. I mean, oh, that's once again stumped on this occasion. So South Africa clearly, back into this game. Have, rest of the world here have lost a set bat of Peter Moses, but then very well played by Peter Moses. Stitched a very good partnership post the second wicket, then and has to walk back here for a very well made 69 of 95 balls, and a slight bit of trouble here. Indeed, rest of the world looking to accelerate, but have lost wickets here. For Peter Martin gets the breakthrough, and Peter Moses has to walk back for a very well made 69.
Yeah, Peter batted very well. I suspect he's quite tired, but he's not actually had much luck so far in the tournament, and it's particularly significant for him because he was born here. This is his home city, so he'll be delighted to score. And I believe his brother played for the state side. His brother played for Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So he'll be really pleased with that, and we're all delighted for him because he's a lovely man at all. So it's a really good knock from him. Supported the other guys, supported Tony and Rajan, the guys that hit the ball a little bit harder, and he's worked. Hopefully these guys can carry us through and we'll score, but we're going to hopefully get something that's really competitive. The two guys here have both opened the batting throughout the tour, so we do have a little bit of batting to come. With 5 down, 8 overs to go. Hopefully we'll have enough to squeeze us through up towards that 300 mark. Good shot. That's 4 runs. Is it 4 runs? Not quite.
So that's a couple of runs there to end the 37th over there.
It's Tim Preston Jones.
Yeah, Tim Preston Jones, as I mentioned, he is the new batter in for rest of the world. Yes, sir. So other than that, what kinds of leagues do these sides participate? Sir? Yes, we know the Scotland side who've actually taken part in the 2015 World Cup, the senior men's side. But other than that, what are the tournaments that you guys get to play? I mean, you mentioned the Swedish side. Currently, Kenya are not much there in the international frame, to be very honest. But other than that guys, all of you guys, what kind of tournaments do you all play?
Well, obviously the guys that play in England, it's a very well structured tournament. There are 30-something county sides. They all have 3 teams. Most of them, some have 4, and so it's a very well structured system. For the guys outside, Scotland have no structure for 60s cricket, so this is a great opportunity for their guys to go out and play and to see how they fare against other international sides. They've played a couple of tournaments, I think, against Wales and England in Scotland fairly recently, but it's a big growth area for them. They've got guys coming through, and we very much hope that they will have their own side at the next World Cup. As for the rest, in terms of that's a good shot. As for the rest of the world, we organise our own tours and tournaments. So we have a big tournament going on in Dubai in October, November, which anybody was welcome to join. A couple of the English county sides are coming. We think that possibly the Pakistan side, having not come here, may well take the opportunity to come and join that tournament. But there are also a lot of individuals that are going to be part of it. I think we set the limit at 150 spaces, and 9 months earlier we're almost sold out. So that's really good. But we toured South Africa, or we played in the tournament with South Africa and Zimbabwe last year, and next year we will be touring New Zealand and playing the state sides where there is some state 60s cricket in New Zealand.
Okay.
And then in next autumn we'll be heading to Zimbabwe to play a quadrangular tournament with Zimbabwe, South Africa and the USA. So that should be absolutely brilliant fun. We've gotten really well with the South Africans and the Zimbabweans. We had a wonderful time out there. We played at the Wanderers at Johannesburg.
That's great.
And we had a brilliant time. They looked after us so well, and all the games were very close.
Right.
Good conversion. I'm expecting this one to be a close game too.
Definitely indeed, sir, because just a minute, sir. Well, that's the end of the over. Yeah, and as we have spoken, this particular wicket, sir, definitely looks to be a belter of a wicket. But one thing about this wicket is I feel, your batters need to settle. I mean, if you can play long, this is the best batting wicket you can get. And thank you very much for the knowledge that you provided, sir. I mean, not many.
You're very welcome.
Not many of us are aware of the 60s cricket. I mean, not only the 60s cricket, the overage category, because this tournament, hopefully, even for our viewers or for the viewers around the world, would be from the layman perspective would be very, very good, because we know that's a single there. So we know, we've seen under 19 cricket. We see the men's cricket, that is men's cricket, women's cricket, the senior cricket that's happening all over the world. But an initiative like this, the over 40s, the over 50s, the over 60s, if tournaments like these would let them just raise the bar and raise the standard, right? So and the viewership especially.
I think that's right, and the more publicity we can get, the better. I mean, there's an over 40s World Cup going on in South Africa, I believe, at the moment, and the over 40s has, I think, a few more, let's say, ex-professionals playing, which is great. Not many of them come through to 60s cricket, I don't think, but actually, in real terms, it's really good to have guys, if they can see that there's something there, they'll carry on their playing career, or some will come, like Asif, will come back to play a game that they love. And what you tend to find is the guys all have the same mindset. They play their cricket hard on the pitch, but they really want to enjoy the company of guys, I might say in the bar, but certainly after a game, some camaraderie. And we found with the South Africans and Zimbabweans last year, it was as much fun just sitting there talking cricket nonsense in the bar as it was actually being out on the pitch. And yet we played some great cricket. So we're all of a very similar mindset. We all feel very lucky to still be able to do the thing that we enjoy at our age. If somebody had said to us, we'll still be playing cricket at 60, we'd have said, really? I don't think so. But it's absolutely great that we can do it.
Yes, sir, because this one being an excellent platform for all the people who want to play cricket, as you mentioned, after a particular age. I mean, there is this myth that you cannot play once you have reached a certain age, right? But then this one breaking all the age barriers, once again just proving the statement that age is just a number, right?
It is, and if you think next or later this year, there's a 70s World Cup in England, and there'll be some decent cricketers on show there.
Sir, definitely.
One of our guys, he's actually not playing today, Jerry Smith, is 72.
Okay.
And he's bowled superbly in this tournament, but it was his turn to have a rest today.
Right.
He played in the previous World Cup in Australia. He was a very good player, has played a lot of 50s and 60s cricket, moved up to Scotland, and now he's encouraging the seniors up there to be involved. And it's brilliant that guys like that can still do it. If you're fit enough and you're not going to kill yourself doing it, why wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, indeed. Because this cricket, as of my knowledge, sir, is something that it keeps you mentally fit, it keeps you physically fit, definitely, and I mean teaches a lot in life, no, sir. Like as per my experience, I think that it taught me a lot. Like one day, you stay high, and the next day you can go to the rock bottom. That's life, right? So in my opinion, that's what cricket taught me. What in your opinion is cricket, sir, for you personally?
Well, it's been a large part of my life. I started playing cricket when I was 10 or 11 at school,
Right.
and I started playing adult cricket when I was about 14, I think, so a very long time ago. And it's always been a part of my life and my social life. I've always been quite lucky that I've wanted to be involved in doing stuff, and that's why the rest of the world exists, because somebody like me has has maybe the gumption to be able to take it on. There are lots of other people doing similar things, of course, but I get great pleasure, even though I'm not playing in this tournament, I get great pleasure for guys being able to come and do something that I love doing, I know they love doing. And you're in a fabulous environment. It's cold and wet in England. It's actually lovely and warm here in Chennai. Why would you not want to not to be part of this? And we're playing against a lovely bunch of guys in the South Africans. And when it doesn't matter really who wins or well, it does matter, but it doesn't matter who wins or loses. We're out here doing the thing that we love in a tournament that it's great to be part of, and it's just wonderful to be a part of it.
Definitely, sir. As you have mentioned a lot of times, this one definitely an eye opener, because a lot of guys now who have been witnessing this tournament, right as you mentioned in Chennai, in the parts of India, like from the various parts of India and the various parts of world, will now understand that, right, if I go past an age, it's definitely not that I should retire from the game or stop playing the game. I can play the game, represent my country at one of the highest levels. Though that's a fine shot down the leg side this time, bowling really well, and just at some point in time Peter Martin had to stay down the leg side, and they've got an important boundary here, rest of the world. Yes, sir. So as you mentioned, it's taught us a lot, right now, sir?
I think India pretty much dominate world cricket these days. The IPL is the biggest game in town. They're giving India a right good thrashing in the Test series, and you've got a population of I don't know how many million. There's a lot of people here in India, and actually, why wouldn't they be playing seniors cricket? It just takes somebody to put a structure in place to make sure that there's the opportunity. The grounds are here, the people are here, the will is here, the love of cricket is here, and it seems written in the stars. And when we played India the other day, and they had some decent players, but I suspect there's a lot of very good players. Hopefully, we'll be inspired by watching this to say, do you know what, I can do that, and let's get out there and play. India is a catalyst for a lot that happens in world cricket. Now, some people don't like T20 cricket. I was very lucky. I worked in Dubai for a while, and I'd not seen the IPL. I've not taken any notice of it, and I turned up and watched the game at Sharjah Stadium, and it was rammed. There was not a spare seat in the house, and I thought, wow, this is something a bit special. And I was very lucky. I knew the guy who ran Sharjah Cricket, a guy called Ali Jaffrey, lovely fella, and he said, come along and watch the game. And I sat in the box right behind. I was sort of right next to the camera, so I had a beautiful view down the ground. And you suddenly realise these guys take this pretty seriously. It's not hit and giggle. Right. And actually, if that helps to expand the game, then so be it. If that's the way that does it. I love the longer form of the game. I love Test cricket. Right. I love the 45, 50 over form of the game. But if you can encourage people to participate in any way, that has to be a bonus.
Definitely, sir. The IPL, a huge catalyst, as you mentioned, because here in India, sir, at that point in time, a lot of crowds come in and people enjoy the sport as much as they can. Even the smallest of children, from the toddlers, everybody watched the game. So it's very, very good, that tournament. And pretty much, sir, a couple of boundaries coming up in the previous over. Oh, that's very good running. So a couple of boundaries coming in, sir. Do you see rest of the world getting around the 260, 270 mark here from here?
We sort of had because we lost a couple of wickets, and that always checks a bit of momentum, but who knows what's going to be a good score. If 260, 270 would be lovely. You've got something to bowl at. We only had 200 to bowl at in the last game, and Sri Lanka battered us out of the game. But we got 230. We've got 3.5 overs left. If we can maybe get 260, 270, yeah, we've got something to bowl at. South Africa have got some. We know they've got some good batsmen. Oh, that's very unlucky. That's played on.
Yes, sir,
That's
indeed.
Davis played on there, trying to sweep, and it's played on, hit the leg stump, I think. But there are still guys. We've still got guys that come in. So it'll be interesting to see who. I'm not quite sure who they're going to send in next. Okay, it's Jerry Overbury who's coming in next. So he's one of our Kentish Spaniards. He's born in Kent, but lives most of his time in Spain, and plays for the Spain national side. So it's really good to have these guys here.
Yes, a pleasure, for us to have you guys here. Been a great tournament thus far, and hopefully very good. You guys move ahead in this tournament, sir. All the best, sir. So very, very honored to have you in the commentary box, and thanks for your time, sir. In fact, all of us now know what rest of the world is, and you have given a lot of knowledge to our viewers now. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you. So guys, few wickets there, just reducing the momentum as far as rest of world are concerned. Right, so as he mentioned there, a pretty good initiative the rest of the world. That's just like a single there. So that's a dot ball, so they haven't denied the call there for a single. So the last ball coming up, that's cut beautifully. Maybe a couple of runs there. Yes, indeed. That's a very good call. It's calling very important. Judging the capacity of the throw there and snatching a quick double there. So end of the 42nd over, 233 for 7, rest of the world. This time down the leg side. They'll get a single. That's a leg by signal by the umpire. So pretty much there, 3 more overs to go, and practically how much would be a very good score here. I mean, somewhere around 270 would be a pretty defendable score, because we know that, I mean, somewhere between 270 and 300 can be a massive difference at the ground, because 300 looks to be, oh, that's just been a misfield there, so they'll get an extra run there. So indeed, as we're talking about the pass score, 300 would be definitely a winning total here, and somewhere around the 270 mark is quite defendable. Yes, indeed, also chaseable at the other end. So pretty good bowling would ensure that 270 can, you can, as a bowling side, you can make a game out of it, and if you can bat pretty well, that's pretty much chaseable on this wicket, because we know that 290, as we have registered it so many times on commentary. We have just told that, I mean, 290 has been chased once. So, oh, that's gone. So beautiful wicket keeping this. I mean, South African wicketkeeper has had a great day behind the wickets today. In fact, the third stumping, if I'm not wrong. I mean, yeah. But then, guys, three dismissals in a single game. That's definitely a huge credit to the wicketkeeper, because many a times the wicketkeeper does not get credit. So 237 for 8, and South Africa are in firm control in this game. So we'll talk about the role of a wicketkeeper, in the coming overs. So it's a wide ball. So 8 down. From the South African point of view, they would look to wrap up things here as much as they can, reduce the target and close it out. But very important for the rest of the world to understand that they have 14 balls, right? 2.2 overs to go. Oh, that's very well bowled. That's beaten on that occasion. And talking about the role of a wicketkeeper. Many a times, I mean, it's very very underrated. A thankless job in the, as a part of the sport. Not many a times they have given credit. They are given credit, but day in and day out, the toughest job on a cricket field, and that's a very good stop there. And you're talking about the wicket keeping, that's an extraordinary piece of fielding there at mid off. So end of the 43rd over, 239 for 8. Rest of the world. That's very well played. Might go for a couple of runs here. Yes, indeed, and pretty good backup there. Just backed up the misfield on the boundary. So good team coordination on that occasion, displayed by South Africa. Yes, indeed. So we've spoken a lot. I mean, about wicket keeping, day in and day out. Not the easiest of jobs, but on many occasions, they are not given credit. But then has had a very good day behind the stumps. South African wicketkeeper today. Right, guys. So putting up a few runs here towards the back, and that's a fine shot. Once again, hits it hard. They might come back for the couple. No, they don't. Just a single there. So and these runs towards the back end can prove to be, invaluable, because they can, they are as worth as gold, to be pretty honest. I mean, if you want to put it if you want to say it in the right way, they're as valuable as gold, aren't they? Because for the ninth wicket, if you can get that partnership, I mean, you can put together a boundary or two and keep getting those singles. Just pushes your team to that. From here, they can push the team to the 260 mark, and these 10-20 runs, when you're defending, can prove to be very, very significant. Right, once again, a single there. Indeed, 6 runs coming off Liverpool. I mean, on to his fourth over, has had a great day with the ball, 2 for 22. Oh, that's pretty well bowled. That's beaten on the back foot, so that's the end of the 44th over. 245 for 8. Rest of the world, and Liverpool has, as we mentioned, has had a great day with the ball. Has picked up 2 wickets in his 4 overs and just conceded 23 runs. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a beautiful shot. That's a boundary, a much needed boundary. So just taking the bowlers, the runs that coming their way, the rest of the world batters, because they need to ensure that somewhere around 260 they can be pretty confident of defending, and a boundary coming on the first ball. So 5 more balls to go in this over, close to the 250 mark. So just 10 runs of 10 or 11 runs of the last 5 balls would definitely help rest of the world go to that. That's a great shot, just a single there to mid off. So 250 up for rest of the world, progressing towards a pretty. Oh, once again, that's beautifully stumped. So the great day behind the stumps continues as far as the South African wicketkeeper is concerned. He's been superb, very, very agile behind the wickets today. Just looked to step out, and the moment he gathered the ball, he wasted no time and was quick to hit the stumps. Dislodged the bails very, very quickly in a jiffy. So 250 for 9, and just 3 more balls to go in this innings. Once again, that's a good shot. So rest of the world have let that momentum go down. Pretty much South Africa have bowled well, made a good comeback in the back end of the innings, because for a simple reason that definitely when both the set batters were batting at the top, both Peter Moses and his partner looked like they would get somewhere around 270, and pretty well pulled back as far as South Africa are concerned. And yes, so after that boundary, pretty good comeback just by the bowler Mark. So just 7 runs coming on the first 5 balls. The last ball. So that's a boundary to end the innings in style. So at the end of 45 overs, rest of the world have got 256 for 9, a pretty decent score. This indeed very much defendable, but then credit to the South African bowlers. At one point, definitely looked like they would approach that 280 mark, but they've pulled back things. They've let the momentum down, and special mention to Roy Mesa, the wicket keeper. I mean, has had 4 dismissals in today's game, and would be a great day for him if South Africa can deliver with the bat and also get that win. Definitely an icing on the cake. So, rest of the world maybe would feel that they are somewhere 15 short, but then a pretty much defendable target if they can bowl well. So either teams would be happy at the end of the first innings, 257 to win for the South African side. So that's the end of the first innings. Thank you very much, guys. We'll resume in the second innings. Thank you. So that's the start of the second innings. Very well driven there to start. I mean, so personally feel that this target 257 brings both the teams into the equation. I mean, this is that kind of a target. I mean, maybe you can say the bowling side, if they can get a wicket or two at the start, maybe can be on the upper side. But otherwise, this is not a target whereby you can just say that this team is at the top, or this team is under pressure, or either of the team. You cannot mention it that way, because 250 odd is always that kind of a target. It's that target. It's it's neither on the higher side or neither is on the low. It's on the on the lower side, because very important to ensure that South Africa here don't lose wickets. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Very well defended. So as far as South Africa concerned, you need to get to put the pressure on the bowlers, because pretty important. I mean, yes, I mean, two ways you can approach this target, right? So most probably, in my opinion, in these kinds of targets, not many times we speak about it, but more importantly, so whoever takes that first step, who reaches the top at the initial stage, is pretty much favorites to win the game. So if South Africa don't lose wickets, get that start, get those boundaries initially, they can definitely go ahead and pretty much get this target with ease. But at the other hand, Wales need to get wickets. Wickets play a crucial part in these kinds of targets. I mean, even a single wicket can at a crucial point in the game can definitely tend to break the momentum. So that's the end of the first over. A pretty good start as far as Wales are concerned. South Africa are 1 for no loss. That's a good shot. So middling the ball pretty well. South Africa know that, I mean, if they can stay on for a while, even 10 overs, 40 for no loss, it doesn't really matter, because need to keep that momentum going, because uh, if they need to make sure that the required run rate doesn't climb above 6, because the moment it goes above 6, there's straight for pressure on both these batters. But then too early, I mean, to talk about all those factors, in my opinion, because we are just into the start of the second over. We need to ensure that somehow both these batters need to take South Africa through. But then rest of the world doing the perfect thing, bowling dot balls. But both these batsmen will know, for the simple fact that if you spend time on this wicket, can be such a great ground to get runs, because even at the moment, I think this wicket is pretty much as flat as it has been throughout this tournament. That's cut well. That's a fine shot. Oh, that's beautiful fielding. Just showing his football skills out there. The man deep on the offside boundary, right? So they get a couple of runs. Rest of the world must ensure that they have to keep the ball slightly up, as up as possible. That is the length on the up. So that will make things tougher for the South African batters. That's the end of the second over. 4 for no loss, South Africa. That's very well played down the leg side. So just a loose now, if you might, like to call it. So getting a couple of runs. So need to capitalize on these loose balls here. I would like to just remind all of you that Ross Halling against the USA at in a very, very two-paced wicket, maybe he got very useful runs, got 90 odd runs against the USA when South Africa were actually under a little bit of trouble. So pretty much can bat as far as Ross Halling is concerned. So needs to ensure that he can bat. If he can just stay in the crease for a long time, this wicket that's a wide ball there, just swinging away. So he can definitely guide South Africa. That on this wicket, if you're gonna settle, this particular track is gonna give you a lot of dividends. So that's gonna be very, very important from the South African point of view. And definitely the swing with the pink ball can be a double-head sword, because for the pretty simple reason that it's till the point that there is shine in the new ball, it's gonna do a little bit of the surface, right? And sometimes if the ball overdoes whatever it's capable of, it ends up in a wide. This time it's flicked well. So that's the nature of the ball, and sometimes that ends up in a wide, which is definitely an uncontrollable factor. I mean, it's not there in your hands, right? Honestly speaking, it's the final ball of the third over coming up. That's pretty well driven. So that's the end of the third over. 7 for no loss, South Africa at the end of the first 3 overs. That's a fine shot. He's picked the gap on the onside this time. No, just guiding the ball short. And Ross Halling ensured that he put it right away on the boundary. Right on the fence, indeed. That was a great shot. The moment he saw it shot, that took off from the middle of the bat and there was no stopping that ball. So pretty important boundary. This and they need to ensure that they keep it around. They just play around. And this over, 6 runs coming of it. So if you can get a boundary every over, nothing better than that. And more importantly for South Africa, keep it around that 4-run mark. And if you can take off from, say, the 10th, 11th over, things can be pretty easy for them. So 6 runs coming out the first 5 balls of this 4th over. Once again goes for the cut shot, but straight to the fielder this time. So pretty decent over here for South Africa at the end of 4 overs, 13 for no loss, South Africa. That's once again pretty well played, pretty much. So middling the balls here. Just time at the crease. I mean, that's definitely, that you can't purchase, from a grocery store to be very, very humorous. The time at the wicket, the experience of a particular player, and all of these sometimes are very, very underrated, I feel, because, being there, being at that point is very, very important, because if you have been there, done it, nothing better than that. So very, very important for the batters to stay through. Oh, that's a beautiful take from the wicketkeeper. So today, it's been the day of wicket keepers. Yeah, we have been witnessing some absolutely magnificent wicket keeping, right? You know, that was a great take down the leg side. Great to see. When a keeper takes very good takes like that down the leg side. That's a single there once again. Just a small misfield inside the 30-yard circle there. So Paddy Smith on to his third over has been bowling pretty well. Just given 4 runs. Well driven, very well driven. So that's the final ball. Pretty good over this. So consistently keeping in line and length. Gonna conclude his third over here. Is Paddy Smith. Cut beautifully that once again, but straight to the fielder. So that brings the end of the 5th over. South Africa 14 for no loss. That's pretty well played on the onside. There's a man protection on the boundary, but they come back for a quick double there. Just a small bit of hesitation in the throw there, and both the batters have capitalized there by getting a second run. So the run rate climbing up to 6 now, and very important to not take the pressure here. Both the batters, they need to keep playing at least till 10th over mark and make sure that don't lose wickets, because if on this track you don't lose wickets, I think that's the best thing that can happen to a side chasing a target around 257, and 1 wicket here. I think rest of the world would be pretty happy, and more so they would be at a better position. That's once again very well played. Very well stopped there. Just a single. So been bowling pretty well here, rest of the world. But to be very honest, yes, they've bowled really well. But if you ask me, have they been threatening? I actually don't think so. At the end of 6 overs, South Africa 18 for no loss, and pretty much the game's in the balance, in my opinion, at the moment. The run rate slightly increasing above 6. Oh, that's a very good take. Once again, couldn't gather the ball this time around, but they'll snatch a single there. So so that's 2 runs of the white ball there. 2 whites indeed. Once again, very well driven. Paddy Smith has to continue from this end, and pretty much slow and steady. Once again there, wasn't able to collect the white ball on that occasion there, the wicket keeper. And yes, we've spoke about the fact that the bowling of rest of the world has been pretty much right on line and length, but has it been honestly threatening? I don't think so. Right, but then slow and steadily they have just slowly increased the run rate to around 6 run mark. That's what the dot balls does. I mean, if you start bowling dot balls, this will put pressure back on you. That's what has happened on this occasion. He's trying to flick the ball. Yes, so that's a dot ball there. So just 3 more balls left in this over. That's cut well, cut fiercely, but he's definitely stopped the boundary there. Fine fielding there. So pretty important to ensure that both these teams have to play along. So that's a dot ball there. Right, so just around 5 runs coming out of the first 5 balls. This one a pretty decent over for South Africa. So 5 runs coming off that over. Indeed, up to this point, going good here. So at the end of the 7th over mark, 23 for no loss, South Africa. That's very well swept. Just goes aerial, but will land pretty safely on the outfield. They'll get a single, so maybe, just maybe, is the run rate pressure climbing on South Africa here? Are they looking to, just trying to accelerate? But then very important is that they stay till the 10th over mark. Because both these batters can play long, are definitely capable of playing long, so they need to play to their strengths. Very important. That's very well played. Superb. That just a single, so giving it all out on the field there, rest of the world. So they know that if they can increase their run rate rapidly, that would help their proceedings moving ahead. That's a quick single down to the onside. Full toss straight up in the oh, the keeper's you know lost his balance there. So just a single there. So the pressure building up here on South Africa. They're trying to go for the shots, but not just getting the meat of the bat. He's middle this one. That's a fine shot. He's bisected the field between the two fielders on the onside. So so turning out to be a very good one. 8 runs coming with the first 5 balls, and just one more to go in the 8th over. And massively, South Africa here are desperately keeping the foot on the accelerator at the moment. Just one more ball to go in this over, in the 8th over. This time a single down to the onside. So that concludes the 8th over. 32 for no loss, South Africa at the end of 8. That's beautifully played. He's middle to perfection, and that's going straight down the ground to the long off boundary. No stopping that. So much important boundary. So in the past 2 overs or so, the runs have started to come. I mean, that's the magic, as we have spoken. Both the batters playing 20 balls, 20 odd balls. Ross Halling played 28 balls as of now. Is on 18 not out. In fact, 29 balls to his name and got 22 runs. They're gone for a quick single. So that's what happens when you start to play. I mean, you keep rotating that strike. You keep staying at the crease, because those singles start to come. Those boundaries, bowlers are slightly tired onto their 5th over, 6th over. They start giving those runs. So once again, a pretty easy single there. So very important. I mean, if one batter can play long and take the game through, this target should be a pretty easy one. They must ensure that, I mean, the run rate doesn't really, I mean, just goes, keep it around the 6 run mark, or take it close to the 5.5 range, because if you're gonna let it jump above 6.5, it's gonna cause problems for you. pretty important that they must make sure you need not score those boundaries. That's very well hit. Beautiful that. So this is clean hitting. That's gone all the way for a maximum. So this one turning out to be a very costly over, capitalizing the free hit very well. Had no hesitation in going for the shot, as we can just see the replay here. That was in the slot and he hit it with full power and perfection the placement there. So that's gone all the way, and just around 13 runs coming of the first 3 balls already, and this one can turn out to be a very big over for South Africa. Oh, that's well bowled. Right, that's a legal delivery. Once again, keeping the length tight on this occasion, yeah. So somehow, South Africa are trying to match the run rate and play along. Very important. That to either of these batters has to stay back, stay through, stay in the crease for a long time. And Ross Halling, as I said, on a very tough wicket at the other venue against USA, got a very good score of 90 odd, and now on this wicket, if he can settle oh, that's a great shot. That's a fine shot. That's a boundary there. So capitalizing the bowlers. They've ensured that they have to target any one of those bowlers, and they are targeting this over. So end of the 9th over, 49 for no loss, South Africa here. So pretty much in track here, and they are playing to their strengths perfectly well. Both these batsmen need to play along, because if they can do that and take South Africa past that 15th over mark past the first power play, and let that one batter stay through and the others just playing a supporting role, will be very useful for South Africa. That's pretty well played for a single. In fact, they might get a couple of runs here. That's beautiful fielding. Excellent commitment out there on the boundary. Yes, they got a couple of runs here. Once again, pretty well played on the same long on region for a single. So close to 3 runs coming here. That's a quick single this time, down to the onside. So now playing around close to 6 and over, and they need to just do the same thing. They've caught the runs in the past 2-3 overs of South Africa. So can they end this over well? Just get a boundary run. That's a 50 partnership They're coming up 52 for no loss after 9.2 overs. That's pretty well cut. Beautiful shot once again. They go for a single, so uh, need to break this partnership as far as rest of the world are concerned. They need to ensure that this partnership doesn't go long, because this would hurt their chances of winning the game. That's very well hit, and that's a boundary there. So the fielder unable to stop the ball. The ball has reached the boundary, and they have got the all-important boundary. And 9 runs have come off the 10th over at the end of 10 overs. 58 for no loss, South Africa. So Kareem, the new bowler in for rest of the world. That's a white ball to start. So Kareem, has played a very higher level of cricket. I'm very happy to have him here. That's a fine shot. In the meanwhile, down the leg side, and that was put away comfortably by Stuart Hendricks. Once again, that's a boundary. So already 10 runs have come of the first 3 balls. And can this over be a match turning over here? Karim just ensuring that he just puts it down the leg side and easy pickings that for Ross Halling. So he's pretty much settled. 37 balls, 42 not out at the moment.
That's a great throw. What a run out that was. Game changing moment. South Africa losing the first wicket. Stuart Hendricks, the settled batsman, gone for 18 from 27 balls. Excellent breakthrough for the rest of the world. They are into the game after getting a well settled batsman's wicket. South Africa 68 for 1 at the end of 10.5 overs.
So, guys, we're almost in the conclusion of the 12th over. Just two more balls to go, and pretty much they've got an important boundary in this over. Oh, that's a beauty there. So we have Mr. Jerry Smith with us in the commentary box. He's playing for he's a part of the rest of the world side, and he's from Scotland. So hello, sir. Welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, good afternoon to you. Yeah, very pleased to be here. It's my rest day today. I'm having a break after playing on the other games. So, it's good, exciting stuff. I think we've set up quite a challenging total, but at the moment the South Africans are going very, very well indeed. I mean, 70 for the loss of one wicket, and that was a fortunate wicket which we took. It's going to be hard, so it's now to our backup bowlers. John Courtney has just finished an over. Mike and we've got John Grimmer behind the stumps as well. John's just come out to replace Mike Davis. So let's see what happens now. And Asif Karim is going to continue after his first over.
Yes, sir. Pretty much. I mean, what do you think, sir? I mean, as far as this total is concerned, what do you think you can actually do? Because I think on this particular wicket, it's a superb surface to bat on. And do you think 257 should be enough, or rather 200? Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, 257 should be enough.
I hope we got another 30 more runs. If we'd had that, I would be a bit more confident. I bowled on this wicket earlier in the week, and it's one of those wickets where you've got to be just right. I think the slower bowlers should do well on it. I've seen the medium pacers, and it's very much up and down. It's a bit of what I would call a road in Scotland. We don't get many roads in Scotland, apart from the M8 and the M9. But it's one of those things where you've got to get it right. You just got a little bit of pace on it for the spinners. There's bounce there, which is obviously going to help them. But at the moment, the two South African players seem to be very confident in their stroke play, shots selection as well. So we need to do something. Next 5 overs, I think, will be crucial. We need to take another wicket. But let's see what happens.
Definitely, sir. Yeah, time would tell us, as you mentioned. But as you said, I feel pretty much the game's in the balance now. And what do you think, sir? I mean, I've been covering games at this venue for a week now, right? So I personally feel that more than the length, the line matters on this wicket. So you told you had a ball on this wicket. So what do you think? What is the apt line to hit on such a road, as you like to call it?
I think from the left, I'm a left arm spinner, same as Asif, and my line would be just on and around the off stump, because there is actually bounce there, and that's what I would be aiming at. I try and keep it well off the leg side. It's quite a short boundary on the leg, and then try and get the guys to drive me, and then I would try and vary my pace on the wicket. That's what I would do. That's how I would try and go about the work. At the moment, it seems to be that Asif, I know he's injured. It was a gamble to play him today, but again, he's not going through on his action. I can see that straight away, and it's just sitting there and it's bouncing up, and it's a free hit. So yeah, I mean, but I'm really enjoying it here in India. It's a fabulous place to come and play cricket. I didn't think I'd make it at my age. I'm 72, but yeah, it's great, and it's eye-opening, really. And coming from Scotland, there's 7 guys here from Scotland, and hopefully in 2 years' time, instead of playing for the rest of the world, hopefully I'm involved in some capacity with a full Scottish side, and that's what we're working on when we get back home.
Sure, sir. Would be a pleasure, if you guys just get to play the next tournament. Also, in the meanwhile, Ross Halling has got to a very good 50. I mean, has played one and through, and more importantly, he's got a 46 balls, and the required run rate has come, less than the 6 run mark, has come to 5.44. So, do you think he would be threatening here for the rest of the world if he plays through?
I definitely. I think that under 6 and over, I think he's very gettable on this surface and outfield. The outfield is very quick, and I say it depends on what our other bowlers do. John Courtney is going to run through his spell. He's again another player with an injury. He's got an injury to his back, and he's on the painkillers, but as we speak. But we've only got a 14-man squad, and that was due to the fact, perhaps it has been explained, but 3 of our players couldn't get visas to come, and 3 of them are bowlers. So our bowling is pretty limited to what we've got, and we're trying to utilise everybody you can. I think if South Africa do carry on batting like this, it's going to be more and more difficult, and that's why I say we need to take wickets. And how we do that, we just got to persevere. And I know it's tiring batting out there, and hopefully they'll get tired. But as a batsman, you never get tired when you're getting runs. So, and that's my batsman's hat on, not my bowler's hat. But it's good, and hopefully we pick some wickets up and we can turn it around. But it's still early days. We're only into the 14th over, so we need to see what we can do.
Yes, sir, and pretty much, sir. I mean, talking about the wickets, do you think the rest of the world spinners have actually hit the right lens? I mean, maybe slightly harsh on them, but do you think they have given a little bit of loose deliveries? I mean, not kept it as tight as we expect from them.
Yes, yeah, and I think a bit of tiredness has crept into it. We're not used to this heat, but the same for both sides. I think we are slightly different types of bowlers. We tend to in England and Scotland definitely, we tend to flight the ball a bit more because the wickets do a little bit more than here. I thought coming to India and seeing Test cricket being played and knowing that wickets do spin here, I haven't seen a lot of evidence on the wickets we play on because they've been very, very flat indeed, with very little movement. The new ball swings in the first few overs, and then once it's been hit a few times to the outfield, that stops, and we have to think of other ways of doing it. And I just think vary the flight. Vary the flight is the way around it. But it's very easy sitting here in the commentary box looking at it, but knowing what it's like out there when you're actually bowling. So I know it's hard, and the guys are giving 100%. I mean, that's all we ask of them is they're giving 100%, and hopefully we get a breakthrough. So it's the 15th over coming up now. We've got a change of bowling at this end, I think.
Overbid.
It's Jerry Overby coming on. Yeah, it's he bowls a good line normally. Jerry's a bit of a find on the tour. He's been brought into normally bats, but he's been brought in to bowl some overs in the middle, and he's picked up wickets. So hopefully, good luck to Jerry. Yeah.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you told, I mean, as the new ball, it swings a lot, right? But then once the shine is gone, it's all about the batter's game, because as you mentioned, the wickets have been really, really flat indeed, and
Yes.
has helped a lot of been batting friendly. But then bowlers, I feel that on these tracks, lines matters, right? Like more than the length, the line that you bowl is going to be very.
very very true. You got to bowl a tight line, and that's for all the bowlers, whether you're a medium pacer or you're a spin bowler, whether you are left arm or off break bowler. It's the line is so important, and if you don't bowl that line and you get off the batsman, it's a free hit sometimes. Yeah, but
That's a quick single there. In fact, that's a misfield on that occasion. Yeah, that's a boundary there. So both batters settled out there. South Africa getting some easy runs. So, sir, other than that, like, how has this tournament been in overall? I mean, what if if I ask you to say a personal report card on your team, like overall overview of your side, what do you think, sir?
yeah, I think the first thing is we've thoroughly enjoyed the tournament. I mean, all of us have really embraced it, and of what the Indian authorities have actually produced for us. I think the heat has been a factor for us, but because for other sides as well. But we are we're not a team which plays regularly. I mean, say the 7 guys from Scotland and everybody else has come on board from Spain and from Sweden, from Kenya, from Ireland. So it is it sometimes it's difficult, and we had one warm-up game before the tournament,
Right.
and then suddenly, obviously, with the 3 guys who didn't get their visas, it's put a lot of pressure on us. But we go out and we try. We don't give up. We're doing our best out here. It's one of those things. We've got after this game, we've got one more game, and we'll give that our best shot. We don't know who we're going to play in that game. I think it's either going to be India or Zimbabwe.
Today's result will determine it.
Yeah. So we've got another rest day tomorrow, which is good. And tonight we're looking forward to. We're going to the Madras Cricket Club for dinner tonight.
Oh, that's great, sir.
And have a quick look at the stadium as well while we're there.
Pretty much prestigious that.
Yes, it is. It's not often you go out and you go to a test area and have a look at it. But yeah, we're looking forward to that tonight, and then tomorrow we're meeting up and we get together as a team. We win, whether we win, which we've only won the one game, or whether we lose, we all get together after the game. We get round the pool and just do a bit of exercise and relax the muscles before we have to go out and play a game. I know it's tough, and it has been good fun, and we've decided that we try and get out and embrace around Chennai. We started to go out, and we've gone down to the food miles. We've been out to the beach, and we've been into the city centre, looking at the culture side of things as well, because that's what we're here for. We play cricket, but we also want to look at the country. And I've never been to India before. Some of the other guys have never been, and as I say again, I keep repeating myself, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Talking on behalf of the other lads.
Sure.
We really have enjoyed ourselves here.
Pretty much, sir. And yeah, I mean, very happy to hear that you have had a very, very good time, sir. And thank you for joining me in the commentary box. Yeah.
No problem at all. And enjoy the rest of your day. And I hope I enjoy the rest of my day as well.
Thank you very much, sir. So Courtney is here to bowl his 8th over. In fact, he's bowling 8 on the trot here. Never really easy that 8 overs at a stretch. It's always a difficult task. That's very well played. That's pretty much well defended. So the length of the rest of the bowlers needs to be a little. They need to persist with their length. Oh, that sounded beautiful off the bat. But just a single there. There's a protection. Once again on the boundary bar. So, rest of the bat, you can just listen it out of the bat. I mean, sometimes the sound of the bat, tends to, we can judge the wicket on the basis of how it goes off the bat. I mean, if it sometimes hits the middle of the bat, just the sound of the bat can tell you. But I can tell you one thing: the wicket is definitely, even at this point in the game, very very flat in my opinion, because it went off the bat real quick, didn't it? So that too with Ross Halling. Who's pretty much settled, playing at a very good strike rate, just above 100, 110 is strike rate. Indeed, from here, if the partnership can continue for say another 4 to 5 overs, I think South Africa definitely favorites to win this game. But on the other hand, wickets can change the complexion of the game at any point in time, any given point in time. Wickets can change the game. So rest of the world bowlers must keep it straight, onto the stumps, keep their line and length right in order to get wickets at the end of 16 overs. 105 for 1 South Africa. Oh, goes for the sweep this time, but down the leg side, that's a wide. So just that bounce there for a second. And I mean, for both the wicket keepers, been a very good day behind the wickets. We have mentioned this previously in our in the previous innings, but once again would love to mention the fact, because any of the time it's a thankless job, I mean, to be pretty honest. And it's hot and humid out there, not the easiest of conditions, and pretty well done. Credit to the wicket keeper on that occasion. Once again, that's beautifully driven, but the That's a dot ball there. So Ross Halling, the set batter, hasn't let a loose ball go away today, hasn't he? Did he look to just overhit the ball on that occasion there? So he's staying through, very very important, because uh, yes, I mean both the batters settled, and the required run rate pretty much at 5.3, but a wicket can definitely change the complexion of the game, and both these batters would look to ensure that they stay in for a while and not lose the wicket, because one wicket, and the new batter is in, and definitely takes some time to settle, and in the meanwhile, if there is an increase in the run rate, that would become an issue. So what rest of the world will look to do is exactly what I just mentioned. Now they would look to get that wicket, and at the other end, both these batters going perfectly well at the moment. That's pulled beautifully there down the leg side. Was pretty short, and the free hit for the batter. So Ross Halling moves to 65 with that shot. Yes, indeed, and end of the 17th over, 110 for 1 South Africa. Just 5 runs coming off that over. So a single to start the 18th over. Has been batting pretty well here, just rotating the ball around both the batters. Very much important, that a crucial part in the game, and they need to play through at least till the 30 over mark. I mean, if the partnership goes long, yes indeed, and if they can get some quick runs at least till the 25th over, maybe have small targets, target short phase of the game, or rather play till the 20th over, and take it, from the 25th over, plan it through phases. I mean, very important, because it can turn out to be a very tricky target. End of 18 overs, 116 for 1, South Africa. So that's a stumping there, and so which means that Trevor has to walk back. 117 for 2 at the end of 18.3 overs indeed, and pretty much a great day between the wickets for the wicketkeeper. Continues, and from here, can rest of the world take a control in the game? Very, very important there. So 117 for 2, South Africa at the end of 18.3 overs. Akil Cupido is the new batter in for South Africa. So straight away, catching covers in. That's beautifully played. Oh, that's a misfield there. They might get a couple of runs there. Oh, they just get a single there. Yes, indeed, just a single. So can rest of the world just get that? Now the set batter out. If they get the set batter Ross hauling out here, things can massively change. Literally change the complexion of the game here. But he has to bat through. He has to bat through, hasn't he? Play till the 25th over mark, as I just recently mentioned a while back. Just play through. Oh, that's balled him once again. So as we were speaking, they've got the set batter out here, and South Africa in no time have lost 3 wickets now, and with 2 new batters in the crease, they would definitely be under pressure. Is that the turning point in the game? This ground always has that tradition of throughout this tournament 2 wickets in an over changes the complexion of the game massively. So can that be the case one more time? So end of 18.4 overs, 118 for 3, and Ross Halling has to walk back after yet another very good knock. So South Africa 118 for 3 after 18.4 overs. So the last ball of the 19th over, well consolidated that. So pressure straight back on South Africa here. 118 for 3, so 2 massive wickets. That's what I told you guys. I mean, these kinds of totals, 1 or 2 quick wickets, puts you back in the game massively. That's what has happened here, and let's ensure that. I mean, we'll ensure that we have a great game today, and definitely moving ahead. I mean, the rest of the world should keep the pressure intact. Keep both the ends tight. So with the pressure now on the batting side, that is South Africa, rest of the world have set up a pretty creative field over here. In fact, they can have 4 men outside the 30-yard circle at the moment, because we are in the second power play. That's beautifully played, very well played. That's pretty well covered by the fielder there. They don't go for the second run there, and yes indeed, so both these batters once again need to get into that phase of consolidating and play through, because pretty important that for both these teams. That's a great ball there, just gets the batter beaten. You need to ensure that, I mean, many of the times these wickets tend to change the game, and this ground, as we have mentioned, has that. Once again, that's maybe not a ball to exactly leave. Maybe that was came back in real quick, didn't it? That's well played. That's beautifully played. But that's once again stopped. So, the confidence, I mean, is like a forest fire, right? What happens is 2 quick wickets or one massive effort in the field just spreads like forest fire. I mean, that's a beautiful ball there once again. So Paddy Smith, already has had a great day with the ball. None for 11 on to his 5th over, final ball of his 5th over, and just at an economy of 2, and with pressure building up, the rest of the world skipper has gone on to one of his best bowlers of the day. So once again, that's just one run coming of the 20th over. End of 20 over, South Africa 119. That is 119 for 3. So Peter the new batter for South Africa. I mean, the relatively new batter. I mean, actually, it was Akil Cupido who just came in at number 4, but he's faced a lesser number of deliveries. Goes for the shot. They might get a couple of runs for the throw there. Yes, they do. They get it comfortably. And just 5.5. Even at this point, if they can play these couple of shots and get that all important boundary and toil around with the field, keep rotating strike, not let the pressure build up. So that is very, very important. I mean, if they can do that, things are gonna be pretty easy there. Yeah. That's well played. This time around, that's a boundary there. So a loose ball there from Jerry Overberry there. Has got 2 important wickets, 2 quick wickets there for the rest of the world, and that has massively turned the game on its head. Yes, obviously, but more importantly, so you need to maintain that pressure. I mean, for a longer period of time, because if you can't do that, becomes pretty difficult for the rest of the world bowlers to maintain that line and length. Once again goes on the pull shot, but this time called a wide. I think that if rest of the world bowlers are gonna have a plan of pulling it short down the leg side, they can actually have the protection over there and stop those boundaries, because pretty much have a square leg, have a deep mid wicket. Yes, that might sound like a defensive field, yes, but it should actually in turn make sure that they don't get those boundaries. I mean, boundaries would massively hurt rest of the world here, because 2 or 3 boundaries, one big over can massively change the complexion of the game. Right, so bring the run rate down, and from there the batters can actually play around. So yet to get off the mark here. Played 9 balls here, but looks pretty much fine here, Peter. I mean, has played pretty much well here, and defended a lot of balls, middled a lot of balls. That's the key point. Middling balls, just staying there is very, very important. Adds to the confidence of a batter. So play 10 balls here, 127 for 3 at the end of 21 over, South Africa. That's hit really well, and you know, this wicket is still really good. I mean, as I mentioned previously, listening to the pretty much bat sounds. I mean, the ball hitting the bat, the ball going off the bat. I personally feel that this is still there. I mean, you can even get around 6 to 7 runs on over if you're just staying in, because for set batters, this is definitely, such a good place to be in, right, guys? So that's pretty much it. So goes for the shot once again. This time a boundary there, on to the onside. Picks the gap, hits it to the right of wide long on, and make sure that they are getting that odd boundary every over, and if they can get that, proceedings can become pretty easy here for once again. That's pretty well played. That's quick running, very good running between the wickets. Just hit it to the man inside the circle, on the 30-yard circle. That is hit it straight to extra cover, and in fact hit to cover and got a single. That's very well played. Once again, that's a single there. So the final ball of the 22nd over is coming up, and this one a very even flow over for South Africa. 7 runs coming off it. Pretty useful one. These kinds of overs definitely tend to reduce the required run rate. It's well played. So nudging the ball around, as they say. End of the 22nd over, 135 for 3, South Africa. Just goes over the point. In fact, the ball tends to turn in that particular region. I mean, pretty much prevalent in these conditions. Right. So once the ball is pretty much tossed up and hit to point in many occasions, right? So the ball tends to turn. So that's because of the conditions here. I mean, on grassy conditions, that is pretty much prevalent, and that similarly that is the case here, and that has given 2 runs here for South Africa. Once again, beautifully defended. So 3 runs coming off the 14 balls, and Peter Ram, I mean, definitely is hitting the ball really well, and doesn't feel the pressure here. Once again, beautifully played. So just 2 runs coming off it, and a pretty good over this for the rest of the world. End of 23 overs, going steady, strong and steady. 138 for 3 South Africa. That's a great shot. Just getting a loosener first up and making it to full use here. Does Akil Cupido. Beautiful shot. Just outside off stump. Had the width to free his arms, and had no hesitation in going aerial, and has got a boundary. So, and that boundary, what it does is it simplifies their equation. I mean, that's a good comeback after conceding a boundary from the bowler Peter Moses, who had a good day with the bat, very much from this part of the country, and as mentioned by his teammates. Goes aerial once again, but just gets a single on the onside, right? So 5 runs coming on the first 3 balls. Can this over, be a big over and be useful for South Africa? Very, very well played from Peter Ram. I mean, this is the advantage, of getting a boundary in the initial few deliveries of the over, because you can just take your time. That's once again very well played. In fact, he'll get a boundary. So after facing nearly 16 balls, Peter Ram has managed to put one delivery into the boundary ropes. Fine shot this time around, picked it with ease. And 9 runs coming off the over, so just one more ball to go. Turns out to be a very important over, very eventful over for South Africa. That's hit straight to the bowler. That's the end of the 24th over, and we are just an over past the halfway mark. 147 for 3 at the end of 24 overs. That's a wide ball there. So after a dot ball, a wide. This one. But after that, key wicket. In fact, two quick wickets. That's well played. That's some maximum, if I'm not wrong. Yes, indeed. 6 signal by the umpire. So just drifting down the leg side and went for the full-fledged, full-blooded sweep. And it has managed to go all the way for 6. Pretty much important that. It's a 6 and this over has started pretty well. Can this turn out to be a very good big over? In fact, it's the bowler Overberry who's got those 2 wickets. Can he just get one more here? Put pressure back on South Africa once again. Pretty well picked that. There's no stopping that ball. Little bit width on offer, and Akil Cupido is playing a very good knock here for South Africa. Has already got 31 of 18 deliveries here and has ensured that he's put his team on the front. Very, very important. Down the leg side. But indeed a legal delivery here. So 2 more balls left in this over. I mean, even 2 singles. This can turn out to be a very, very even full over. And the required run rate has come below 5 here. Pretty much what the South Africans would need. The last ball of the 25th over. Cut well, cut fiercely. Oh, that's some midfield there. So that will come down to the boundary. So which will mean that that's the end of the 25th over. And South Africa going steady and strong. At the end of the 25th over, 159 for 3. And 94 runs required of the last 20 overs, and South Africa on the driver's seat at the moment. So the length pretty short, and he gave it a good hit. That, I mean, off the middle of the bat, it pretty much flew. So once again they get a quick single. So that's the 50-run partnership with that boundary. And pretty much so this partnership has come in very quick time, in close to 7 overs. And in these kinds of chases, I mean, you need to get those wickets, you need to keep the pressure on. Very, very important. Once again, oh, just off the hands, I mean, thought he just picked it for a second, but the fielder seems alright there. Yes, he does. And yeah, thought for a second he just plucked the catch there. I mean, these kinds of catches just need to stick. I mean, pretty much important. And so pretty much this game, South Africa's there in it, and 2 more balls to go. Cuts it very well, and a boundary. So Peter Ram is also now into the action after playing a few dot balls, has indeed ensured that he's getting a few boundaries off the bat. So bowling a little bit of loose balls here. Peter Moss is onto the final ball of the second over and already has conceded 20 runs here. Right, so that's the end of the 26th over, and 174 for 3, South Africa. That's it, straight up. Just get a single there. So goes. I mean, the moment it went aerial, for a second we thought it might just go straight to the fielder's hands, but indeed it doesn't. And so Peter Ram is now there on strike. Raj Sharma the bowler. So pretty much simple with the bat from here. But both the batters, if they can complete the innings, at least play till the next 30-40 runs, should be a very, very easy and a dominating win for South Africa. But if if they can get a wicket here, rest of the world, they can start applying the pressure gradually. I mean, just take the required run rate to 5 at least, bowl a few dot balls, and that's one way through which rest of the world can just get back into the game. Oh, that's very well played. They'll get a quick single to the offside. That's an excellent Yorker, keeping it right, a pinpoint Yorker. If you just, kept a coin on that middle stump, it would have maybe just missed that. I mean, such a great Yorker. Just missed it by an inch or so. Such a perfect pinpoint Yorker that, but we'll just get a single. Once again, well driven. Oh, this time was just a misfield there. So end of the 27 overs, 178 for 3 and 79 runs required from here. And if both these batters can play around, that should do it comfortably for South Africa. So at the end of 27 overs, 178 for 3, South Africa. So a pretty loose delivery there to start the 28th over, and just tossing the ball up pretty slow, and indeed that was easy pickings there for Peter Ram, and indeed takes him to 26 of 28 balls. He's definitely made up with those boundaries with the dot balls that he initially played. So going in the right track here. Once again hits it well. This time has he managed to get the boundary? No. There is a fielder there. He will just get a single. So going easy here are the Proteas. As we would like to call South African team. Put down. Run there. Chance of run out, but throw once again at the wrong end. So Chestnut taking the opportunities that are coming their way. Rest of the world. This time once again hits the bat. So just 2 more balls left in the 28th over. Goes for the pull once again, but this time around there is deep fine leg, so they'll just get a single. So pretty easy here to end the proceedings, or rather, may not end the proceedings, but then uh, very very simple, I would say, because they need a wicket here. I mean, massively. Can the most experienced man of this side, Kareem, get the proceeding once again? That's a fine shot this time on the onside. That's a boundary to end the 28th over. This one of a very big over, 11 runs coming off it at the end of 28 overs. We are closing on the drinks break here. 189 for 3 and 768 in fact required of the last 17 overs. South Africa at a very comfortable stage. That's well played on the leg side. Has he guided it? Yes, he has. He's guided towards the vacant region. Just sliding down the leg side here. So just 16 in fact just 17 overs left, 16.5 to go to be very very precise, and it's very important for that's very well defended there. So the rest of the world, I personally feel that all of these these gentlemen from various parts of the world, such a great initiative, and giving them an opportunity to play here, as quoted by the manager himself on the commentary box, where he joined with us in the first innings. He told us, they were pretty happy and going strong here despite the losses. I mean, win or lose, to just come and play at this World Cup has been, this World Cup's been such a good one. I mean, been there, watched it from the commentary box, covered it from the commentary box. Been a very good experience. That's very well played. I mean, he's picked the gap to perfection, and there is no stopping that ball indeed. So that takes Peter Ram to 36 to run a ball, and pretty comfortable there. So the second boundary is over, and definitely both the batters, look to be in a hurry to complete the game as quickly as they can. Once again well defended at the end of the 29th over. That's the end of the 29th over. 197 for 3 South Africa, and going steady and strong here. Once again, that's pretty well hit. There's a chase for the fielder. He's looking to cover the ball. Yes, covered pretty simple in the end. Covered pretty easily. So 60 runs of the 16 overs that remain, and should be an easy ask here. And a lot of credit, goes to Akil Cupio, because he just came in. Both these batters, in fact, came in at a time where the rest of the world, just gave a mini comeback into the game. I mean, we're looking to take control at a crucial point in time. Both these batters have come in and attacked beautifully. So yes, initially played a few dot balls there, Peter Ram, but was very much ready to get those boundaries. I mean, he's almost compensated the number of dot balls he's played. At the moment he's playing at a strike rate very close to 100. So yeah, if you can compensate it that way, it pretty much works for you. So that's the case, and even at this point in time, I think 1 or 2 wickets, you can just try to push the game and get yourself back in the game once again. Cut very well, cut superbly, that pick the gap. That's a boundary. So that takes Peter Ram to 40, and ensuring that every over they get a boundary. So needs to play as long as they can in order to get it go on the right track. That's very well driven, superbly driven, and they ensure that that doesn't go on the gap in the end. Just a single there. So that's the end of the 30 over mark. 203 for three, and it's time for drinks. And South Africa going pretty much steady and pretty importantly need to re-strategize and go look for wickets. Very important that. That's a boundary. Once again, that's very well played, but stopped indeed, and closing in towards victory here. As South Africa post the drinks break, just not able to get the breakthrough here. Rest of the world once again pulled pretty comfortably front of square, but just gets a single. And they have a cow on there, but as far as the onside is concerned, if you just clear the man at short square leg, you would get a boundary. Oh, this time once again shot. I mean, to be very honest, the length of the rest of the world bowlers has been slightly short today. Need to keep it up. I mean, oh, that's very well played. That's a boundary, drifting down the pads to the leg side, and that's a boundary. So, getting boundaries comfortably here. In fact, 9 runs coming off the over. 31.5. 216 for 3. Just 41 runs to get off 79 balls. That is just an over, just a ball remaining. In fact, in the 32nd over. Right, so Akil Kupit has gone on to 47. Pulls it well this time, but goes on the bounce to the man at cow corner. So at the end of the 32nd over, 217 for 3, South Africa. Once again, that's pretty well played. That's a boundary. So, just a formality from here, and that's the 50. Peter Ram gets to his 50, and that'll I'll make sure that after a pretty long time, and that's his 50. So definitely a strike rate above 100. So in fact, started a little bit slow, but as you've spoken, he's found those boundaries. He's had the knack of getting those boundaries of loose balls. They have not, say in the past 15 overs, they have almost capitalized all the loose deliveries, and just not there. The lens of the rest of the world bowlers. Maybe after the initial 2 wickets, weren't able to catch hold. He has got the breakthrough at a very important time, but both of these batters have ensured that they have kept it right on the mark, and so just a ball to go, and so final delivery of the 33rd over. Goes aerial, and you know gets a boundary once again. So that's a 50, fine 50 from Akil Cupid. In fact, Akil Cupido, beg your pardon, that's the 50, and a very important 50. He's got off 35 balls, and indeed a very important part in this innings, because counter-attacking, in fact, plays at a strike rate of 151.43. Right, so at a very crucial situation, got his team off pressure. So that is very important in that regard. At the end of 33 overs, 228 for 3. So the physios are out just to check for an injury here. We'll resume after the break, guys. So, to all of viewers, South Africa are the winners, as rest of the world have conceded this game, right? So, congratulations South Africa on getting the win, and had a pretty dominant performance over the rest of the world today, and very well played South Africa. Cheers guys, that's it from the second innings. Thank you very much.